X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shadowed minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is so good to see all of you. Welcome, welcome. Hello. How are all of you? Mythetrius, good to see you. Ride the Rails, what's up? Alex Wooten, good to see you as well. Green Moon, how are ya? Trans Daughter of Water, welcome back. Circuit Dog, what's up? Cleaver, how are ya? Sorlum, how are you doing? Cute Bunny Chan, what's up? Astronaut Lad, good to see you. My throat is so dry right now. I need to take a sip of water. Hold on. TSW the Shadow Wolf. Oh, there's my water. TSW the Shadow Wolf, how are ya? What's up, Saccharin Scenery? That's an interesting name. Hey, Pepper Tea. Good to see ya, Canada's Joel. Oh yeah, Alex Wooten. For sure. Good to see you, All Ice. Welcome back, Ada the Brit and Fulcrum Easy. He was an incel, but now he's in a cell. Got him! Fucking got him! Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Sent me a Dexerto article. MrBeast literally rented out the Egyptian pyramids for upcoming YouTube video. I did not know that could be done. I'm gonna be honest. I did not know you could do that. MrBeast revealed that he will be renting out 3 Egyptian pyramids and have completely private access for an upcoming video. MrBeast has made a name for himself by going above and beyond when it comes to creating his YouTube videos, something that has become a big factor in him becoming the most blah blah blah. What's the video going to be? Dang, dude. Hell yeah, Mythdetrius, thank you. You can do that? That's just allowed? I guess, like, film sets can do that, right? Like, how would you be able to film, like, a documentary about the pyramids if you can't, like, clear it out for a day and like, rent out the site, I guess you could call it. First one to find a brand new undiscovered chamber in one of these 3 pyramids wins $1 billion. That is true. If you're rich enough, you can do literally anything. I did forget about that little tidbit there. CoinDog, thank you for the $5 dues. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Said, I'm here watching Zan's stream while playing some games and eating my homemade pound cake under a comfy blanket. Life is good, peepo comfy. Hell yeah. That sounds very comfy, CoinDog. Now guys, I do have to tell you, my neck is really stiff today. Like the kind of stiff where it feels like it wants to pop and just all the tension go away, but it just won't. It just won't. Same here, except WoW is the game. Based. If any of you guys are interested in joining my World of Warcraft Classic guild, hit me up. Oh yeah, LowScar23. We've got a lot to talk about today in that, that ballpark. Sup, Zan? Hope you're doing well. Just made some ratatouille with my partner, and it was hella good. Oh my god, like the movie? Like the movie with the rat, and they make the food? And the memes? Like that? You made that food? I found out how to play modded Minecraft thanks to your community. Kind of crazy that I'm the reason that you were able to figure out how to play modded Minecraft, but hey, pretty cool. You interested in Brighter Shores, Jagex's new game, Zan? No, I've never played RuneScape, so I don't have like I'm not like a fan of Jagex, I guess. Who is up Xandering their haul? I am, OMG me. Thanks for that, YouTube chatter. Anyway. Oh, Delancer, thank you for the additional $5 dues as well. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Says, are you going to cover the new breaking news on new links to the Wisconsin shooter? Here's a link. Is it the manifesto? Oh, shit. Wait, this is actually kind of crazy.
The handgun that was used in the shooting, what have you learned?
Investigators are also parsing through social media documents to understand why and how a 15-year-old freshman, Natalie Rupno, who went by the name Samantha, obtained a firearm and attacked her peers and teachers Monday at Abundant Light. She appears to have killed herself, according to top priority, and that appears to be a combination of factors. Yeah, I don't know. I'll look into this a little bit, but I've got a lot of topics already picked out, and I don't know. We're probably gonna get a lot more information every day as this story kind of unfolds. But yeah, my neck is really stiff today, so we're not going to have a super long stream. We'll get all of our topics covered and everything, but I'll probably be a little bit less stunlocky today. We'll probably do a little bit less dicking around and me just talking to chat and stunlocking, because, like, I can feel just the hardest, most tight muscle going from right up in, like, the back of my skull at the base of my neck all the way down to the top, like, my shoulder, basically. And it's pretty stiff. I'm gonna be honest, I've got a lot of muscle stiffness ever since I got COVID, like, years ago now. It sucks. I'm hoping things get better. You know, I will say, brief stunlock, speaking of COVID, and specifically long COVID, and how it affects you, you guys are aware of Physics Girl, right? I've showcased her long COVID journey a good few times. She is currently doing far better, which gives me a lot of optimism in regards to my own much less severe long COVID. Yeah, she's not back on her feet yet all that much, but compared to how we've seen her before, she's looking pretty damn good. Remember before, last time we were reviewing these clips, she was, like, unable to open her eyes, unable to speak, unable to move, unable to eat, unable to drink, unable to listen to things, unable to talk. Like, this is a world of difference.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say hi because I haven't been able to for almost 2 years. I mean, the thing I want to say the most is just thank you so much for all the support on Patreon, on here, just all the comments, all the well wishes. It's completely overwhelming how much support Kyle and I have gotten through all this.
What is long COVID? COVID isn't like some diseases where you get it once and then you fight it off or you die, and that's like that's just the long and short of it. Like, you get better and you're good. Long COVID is, not everyone gets it, but a very scary amount of people do who end up getting COVID. And I think different variants of COVID have a higher likelihood of giving it to you. But basically imagine that a lesser version of all the symptoms stick around and either never or take forever to go away. Like, it can range from everything like muscle aches and pains, MECFS, like brain fog, digestive issues, vomiting, like, I think skin rashes are included, fever, bone chills, what else? Sweats, fucking, did I say vomiting? I'm pretty sure that's a good one. Going on 3 years myself, can confirm, like, there's a really long list of symptoms, and some of them are like, I don't even know what is and isn't related to it. I've had, ever since I got long COVID, these random, like, twitches in my shoulder and in my leg occasionally, where it's like an uncontrollable just twitch for a second, just a sudden rapid jerking movement that's like a shock. And I'm pretty sure it's due to neurological or nerve damage, yeah, caused by COVID. Getting COVID and having long COVID causes nerve damage, and so you start to get really weird things like that start happening to you. And there is no cure, nor is there any treatment, as far as I'm aware. It's just ride it out, hope your body has the ability to recover. Yeah, pretty awful stuff. I'm glad she's getting better, and I'm glad I got better too, because I'm going to be real, a year ago, my quality of life was significantly worse than it is now on a health level, and there were days where it was like, God needs to kill me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Anytime I dared to eat anything with grease or salt, I'd spend, like, the next day vomiting. And I maybe get like 10 to 20 minute long breaks between having to run to the bathroom to throw up. But, yeah, it wasn't fun. It would be a whole day of that until my stomach was like empty. And then I would not eat for a day. And then I would be fine again. That's how my stomach shrunk so much. Because I couldn't keep anything down for a while. Nowadays, that doesn't happen. With time, I've gotten a lot better in terms of long COVID. But man, it fucking sucks, dude. Fucking sucks.
So, can't get out of bed, but I'm playing video games for a couple hours a day and talking for like an hour a day, watching a little bit of TV, listening to a little bit of audiobooks, a tiny bit of music. So I'm getting back my brain, which feels amazing. Hopefully someday I'll start to get back my body, my physicality as well. But I just wanted to share an update from me. Hi.
Yeah. Ugh. It's rough stuff. She's not fully back to normal, but
have you ever heard?
No, YouTube. You don't need to autoplay the next thing in the list. Man. It's really good to know that she's doing better. Oh my god, YouTube! I swear to God, YouTube's just evil. They're UI. It's just evil UI design. In the depths of hell, in the fires of Tartarus, YouTube's UI designers work tirelessly to devise the most enraging, infuriating, and unintuitive UI design they can possibly conceive. And into that UI design, they pour their cruelty and their malice. Next year, 100% of the world population will have gotten COVID at least once. Dude, that's crazy. Makes sense that I got it twice by now. MrBeast friends with the Jake Paul brothers now, and I'm still upset about the Suicide Forest. They could not break any shit in the pyramids. Yeah, no, I have believed since... I think the biggest red flag for the character of MrBeast is when he started collabing with the Paul brothers in KSI. Like, at that point, it's like, oh, so you're just one of the douchebags. You're just one of the big, clouded-up douchebags that makes slop for kids. Okay. Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Says, COVID is crazy. I've had it about 3 times. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, took the Fauci ouchie. Me too. Didn't help that much as far as I can tell. I mean, maybe I would have died had I not taken it, considering how bad COVID hit me. And I got vaxxed and boosted fully. And barely noticed, yet it practically destroyed my mom. Holy crap. My mom, honestly dealt with it better than I did, I think. I think I had it worse than she did in terms of symptoms. The chills and the fever was so bad, I had to get a bunch of blankets, wrap them around myself, and get a space heater and, like, make a little, like, tent for myself to just blast the heat from the space heater into and, like, make it really, really warm. And when I realized that I still didn't feel warm, unless I was, like, borderline burning myself, I realized I had a serious fever. And when I realized I had a serious fever, that's when I realized I might have COVID if I feel, like, as awful as I did. Because I had no idea why I felt, like, so garbage all of a sudden. It hit me out of nowhere. I had no reason to believe I had COVID. I was very careful about things. I've gotten COVID 3 times, and I've never had it very bad, so it was just like some time off school and the negative of a stuffy nose and extra dry throat. Yeah, for me it was just, like, the most sick I've ever been in my life is what COVID was. Man, it is really sad to see how many people who've even had COVID in chat are saying, it's crazy to find out so many of my issues could have been long COVID. Like, you didn't know? Who's Nick Fuentes? Why are you asking me this now? Either you clearly have to know. He's one of the most prominent people out there. But also, why are you asking me that now when we're not on that segment? You're not the director of the stream. Plus, you have Google. Do I look like Google? No, doctors dismissed me. Oh, yeah, they do that. COVID and flu shots are mandatory to go to school and college, except those who are immunocompromised. Indeed, they are. Not if Trump decides to follow through on that promise he made to defund all public schools that require vaccines, though. I literally got vaccinated as much as possible and still got sick several times because my family were anti-vax morons. Yep. You can't save yourself from those people. If they decide not to give a shit about your health, then they're gonna get you. You will get COVID and it will affect you. Eventually. Alright, where should we start? Let me update the dono goal to reflect you guys and your kind donations and generosity. I don't want to undercredit all of you. All right. Where was this link I was going to cover? It's like a mod went into the stream suggestions section and nuked the video suggestion I planned to cover. No one who's a Discord mod in chat right now, none of you deleted a stream suggestion thingy today, did you? Just for future reference, not saying you did it, just never do that. Wow. Really? What? Well, I mean, clearly, I'm not, like, misremembering. I wrote down the... I wrote it down. I wrote it down. I don't... Ah, here we go. Alright, I found it. Nice. Okay, I found it. Woo! There we go. I am just bad at finding things.
Once a year, I make a video that I...
No, no. Silence! No, YouTube, you will not ruin it. You will not spoil the segment. I refuse to let you do so. Nice try. Those evil UI designers at YouTube think they're gonna get one over on me this time, but nuh-uh. Not this time. And never again. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. You guys ever notice how much right-wing content is just slop? And I know that conservatives watching this video are pretty likely to say, you're just calling it that because you disagree with them. But that's really not my reason. I've seen conservative content that's at least high production value and seems like it's made by people who believe the things that they're saying. I don't really consider that slop. Hell, the production value doesn't even have to be high for me to consider it not slop. But overwhelmingly, the most popular and successful conservative content is blatant, clear slop. And yet conservative viewers consume it like pigs. Why do they do this? My reasoning, my explanation, has always been that with conservatives, they are nothing but audience capture. To be the top of the food chain in the world of conservative pundits is to tell a lowest common denominator audience exactly what they want to hear as often as possible, and to monetize that as much as you possibly can. That is how you reach the top as a conservative pundit. And I've started to notice that over time, I'm seeing more and more people start to catch on to this blatant grift that has gripped the internet, with all these right-wing figures just taking the easy path of dishonest grifting to an easy big payout, right? Now, I got recommended of one of these videos of somebody recognizing this and calling it out, which has been a rising trend lately, as I've made a couple of videos about recently, by a YouTuber named DJ Peach Cobbler. It's called "I Am Begging You to Stop Caring." I think this has a lot to do with the obsession that the people on the right have with watching their slop merchants tell them what they want to hear. And it's become so blatant, people are calling it out. I haven't seen the video yet, so I think it's going to be pretty interesting. People have recommended it to me, so let's check it out. I am begging you to stop caring. What do you mean? What do you mean I've got better things to care about than, like, the race of a character in a game that's not out yet? What do you mean?
Once a year, I make a video that I regret. And it's time. See what I wrote there on the computer, son? Does the extra bone in black people's ankles help them run faster?
That is a very Yahoo Answers question.
Pretty good, huh? What do you mean? Dad, do black people have an extra bone in their ankles? No, that's stupid. And why are you asking people that? Well, to make them angry. So, how's the job search going? Really? You don't see how funny this is? I mean, no. You were slightly racist on the internet. Who gives a shit? No, it's not about that. Just wait for it. It'll happen any second now. Dad, we're going to get foreclosed on any sec. Oh, there it is. See, just read that. The question you have asked is very deeply offensive and can be traced back to a myth perpetuated by... Yeah, I'm not reading all of that. No one does. I'm certainly not going to. How long did it take for them to look up all that shit, you think? How mad do you think they got when they saw that stupid question? It took me 3 seconds to type out. They must have wasted 30 minutes. Maybe...
This is actually an amazing little skit here at the start of this video. My god, what a concise way to explain the way these, like, right-wing trolls operate. So this person, so simple, stupid, racist, conspiracy spreading statement doesn't even present itself like a statement of a lie. It's a question. So you can't even accuse them of spreading a lie because they asked a question, right? This is why it's such an effective troll. Someone who is genuine and informed, or at least wanted to go out and inform themselves enough to debunk this point, said the question you have asked is deeply offensive and can be traced back to a myth perpetuated by racist pseudoscience from the 19th century. Specifically, a scientist, quote-unquote, in 1874 named Alfred Horngold made this claim after he looted and whatever this is enough. If you pause to read this, you a bitch. I guess he copy-pasted this from Wikipedia for putting this together. That's funny. If you pause to read this, you a bitch. I guess I'm a bitch, guys. He got me.
Offensive and can be traced back to a myth perpetuated by... Yeah, I'm not reading all of that. No one does. I'm certainly not going to. How long did it take for them to look up all that shit, you think? How mad do you think they got when they saw that stupid question? It took me 3 seconds to type out. They must have wasted 30 minutes, maybe even an hour of their life, so that they could win an argument with a person that doesn't really exist. Huh. That is sort of funny. Frightened? You should be. What you have just witnessed has grown into a multi-billion-dollar industry. It has underpinned successful marketing campaigns for Fortune 500 companies, built media empires which have become household names, and one day may, quite possibly, become the end of the internet. In this video, we are going to discuss the trolling industrial complex, the source of civil unrest which is tearing our nation apart and ruining all of your Thanksgiving dinners. Hey! Remember Jake Paul's gay little slap fight with the elderly man? That was very interesting. It obviously wasn't, but everything around it, like the entire reason it happened in the first place, it's a boxing match. But it obviously was not for boxing fans.
It's because the reason why people watch this shit and give their, like, this was obviously free to watch, I think, on Netflix, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you had to pay to view it. I don't know. I didn't watch it. Regardless, though, the reason why people pay to watch these things is because they want to see Logan, or is it, I think it's Jake. They want to see Jake Paul finally get KO'd. They want to see Jake Paul take one to the chin and just fall on his back cold. Knocked out, seeing stars. That is what everyone is tuning in to try and see. When it doesn't happen, everyone says it's rigged because they're upset that the thing they came to see didn't happen. But as long as people want to see that happen, because everyone hates him, and he is such a hateable guy who's so successful despite how hateable he is, people will keep tuning in and, like, feeding into his success because they want to finally see him fall.
Fans don't tune into boxing matches because they want to see a specific person that they don't like get their ass whooped. That's what people tune into, like, wrestling for, to watch the bad guy get beat up. But everybody tuned into this match for that reason. And that reason alone. People watched this because they hate Jake Paul. And
well, to be fair, Jake Paul has fans. Although, to be fair, none of them are old enough to have financial, like a bank account or a debit card or a credit card in order to pay to watch these fights. So I'm sure none of them are watching. So yeah, the people who are pay-per-viewing to watch this shit are his haters, for sure. I don't believe that Jake and Logan Paul have a sizable adult audience, outside of the crypto scammer scene, I guess.
And they wanted to see him lose. It had over 108 million viewers worldwide. Jake Paul made $40 million in one night. Because you hate him. Because you can't help yourself. And you know what really fascinated me about the whole thing? It was Jake Paul's entrance. It was straight out of the WWE. We live in frustrating times, where a myriad of special interest groups control our media, and also keep parking a van outside my house. In this modern age, it's difficult to ascertain whether or not Logan Paul did skin a puppy on a live stream, or if this is mere slander spread by Bangladeshi lobbyist groups. With Straight Arrow News, you can get to the truth. I love how many of their news stories are accompanied by...
All right. We're not doing the sponsored bit. They didn't pay me.
The truth. Thank you, Straight Arrow News, for sponsoring this fever dream. Before we continue, we must define what trolling is. Trolling is not just being mean on the internet. It doesn't mean being a jerk. It doesn't mean arguing. The term actually...
Well, okay. I guess, really, if you were going to narrow trolling down to its most essential definition, I would give trolling a definition of taking an action that makes others engage in more action than you did. You do a thing that is very low effort, and then you just sit back and you watch as people put in a bunch of effort. It could be anything from you place down a couple TNT on someone's Minecraft build and blow up an entire person's build and then sit back and watch as they rage and try to rebuild it or salvage what they can. Or it can be posting some stupid one-sentence long comment and watching as people write out whole paragraphs to debunk it. I really think the core to trolling is sit back and watch as, everyone else does it just puts in a bunch more effort than you did. And the idea that you put in less effort and they're putting in more in this, like, situation means you won, Like, you just posted a thing, you just placed some TNT, and now they have, like, a day's worth of work to do repairing their base, or they just spent an hour typing something up. That's the core of it. Making people waste time and energy more than you spent to make them waste it. That's the main point.
It comes from fishing. It has nothing to do with those fucking bridge gremlins or whatever the fuck. With trolling fishing, you put the bait on the line and you drag it behind your boat. This is what trolling is. You put out bait in the form of something that someone just has to respond.
Fair point, by the way. Trolling is one of the laziest forms of fishing. Besides maybe throwing out a crab trap with some bait in it, or just sticking your like fishing pole and like a thing to hold it and going inside and like watching TV and just looking out the window to see if it starts moving. I used to do that because I lived on the water for a time. Like, at a certain point, fishing is fun, but like you want to catch a fish, so you're just like, all right, I will look through the window and see if this thing starts to move, then I'll know I have a fish. Yeah, like, the trolling is literally just stick it into a little handle and drive the boat until something bites and you catch something. You put in very little effort and you can end up catching tons of fish.
Too. Something that makes them angry, yes, but in a way which forces a response. The goal is to get under their skin, make them angry, and then make them reply. Then, you jerk them around a little. Andrew Tate needs no introduction anymore. However, my fiancée watches my videos and she is too pure for this world. I've seen her Twitter. It's just otters and parakeets wearing sombreros. It's adorable. So here's a brief explanation. Andrew Tate says incendiary, misogynistic shit on the internet. He sells a certain lifestyle to his probably underage and definitely Indian audience. Fast cars, girls, fancy clothes worn exclusively below the waist, that sort of thing. While I'm about to get into the performance of Andrew Tate, the character which he does play, and make no mistake, it is a character.
I'm so smart. I operate on so many levels.
It is a character. That's not... Well, I mean, he is a sex trafficker and he is a misogynistic piece of shit, but the things about him that appeal to his fans are entirely a character. Huh, Indian audience? He's probably making a very edgy joke about the fact that right now, like, in India, there needs to be, like, a 4B movement. There needs to be, like, badly. The ideology that Andrew Tate is pushing, I saw something, it might have been fake, but like Andrew Tate's audience statistics are like 40-something% India, like Indian men. It's like, oh god, it's not just the white boys, guys. Holy shit. Yeah, they need a 4B movement there, so I assume that's the joke.
Higher than the average man. You people are not thinking.
I should clarify that he does suck. Not to sound libtarded or nothing, but sex trafficking is bad. Behind the character, he's not a good guy, you know. All the same, Andrew Tate did not start out his internet presence in this
Like I said, the things that his fans like about him are the character.
way. His first big tweet was, "Never seen Star Wars. None of them. Never will."
I remember when this tweet went viral. His first ever, like, post that he made. The whole internet was dunking on him and making fun of him for being such, like, a blatant douchebag. And I think he just kind of didn't have a lot of positive, like, fan base or success for a while, and didn't blow up until, like, shortly before he became the known Andrew Tate. I think he was just kind of rage baiting for a while before he made it big. But this video really does a good job of showcasing how, online at least, the fastest and easiest way to success is to piss people off. Piss off people who care.
OMG, you're missing out, maybe. You're missing out on being a multi-millionaire. Keep your movie. This went viral. An entire Drew Gooden video was made about it.
No, I don't think that's right.
It's easy to see why. It attacks a large and passionate group, and then makes an insane assertion, opening up Tate to easy attacks from that same group. These attacks will raise engagement and ensure virality. It really is crazy how far back this tweet was. It was a year before the pandemic, long before anyone knew who the fuck this guy was.
Oh, yeah.
I liked wrestling a lot as a kid. In wrestling, there's a term which you probably know. The heel.
Yep.
Wrestling being essentially a soap opera with slightly more sex.
You've probably heard me use the term turned heel. That's what the Paul brothers have done. I mean, going back to like 2017 or 2016 at this point, particularly like after the Suicide Forest thing in 2018, they leaned heavy into being the guys who are hated. Yeah, people like Andrew Tate, these people who are not necessarily hateable but popular, but people whose brand is that they're pieces of shit. Another really good example of a heel is I brought this guy up as an example in previous segments talking about this phenomenon, is Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor might be one of the most, like, he's I believe just an MMA fighter, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's a real piece of shit. Just a real piece of shit. And he's got a massive fan base and a massive anti-fan base because he is such a piece of shit. Apparently he's fallen off more recently because he's gotten older, but for a while during his peak, his stride, he was practically unstoppable, it seemed, and such a massive cunt that, like, everyone wanted to see him get his ass beat, but it didn't happen. And he would just keep talking such awful, awful shit to groups of people, to the people he was fighting, and he would just keep on winning. And so people kept forking over their cash so they could finally see Conor McGregor get knocked out.
Sexual tension is all about the drama, the storylines which build up to these big events. The heel is the bad guy, the mustache-twirling villain who exists to either beat up the good guy and make the audience mad, or get beat up by the good guy and make the audience happy. Andrew Tate, the character, is a...
I will say, all the clips of Vince McMahon getting, like, fake beat up are really funny. I love that one clip of where he fakes getting blown up in a limo. Like they cut it, for sure, because he's not in the limo when it explodes, but it's a clip of him getting into a limo, and then as soon as the door shuts, the limo just fucking explodes. Real explosion. Filmed up close. It just fucking explodes and bursts into flames and flies apart. And the clip just ends. That's pretty fucking funny, to be honest. I don't know how that was made or like why it was made, but that I laughed when I saw that for the first time.
Heel. I'm not suggesting that he doesn't, on some level, believe the things he says. I'm not suggesting he's hiding a gender studies degree in his tiny shorts. Let's acknowledge the other side of the Andrew Tate character. The entire reason the character works in the first place. Drew Gooden made a video on this tweet, as I said. He took that sweet, sweet bait, but that was only the beginning. There have been endless videos about Andrew Tate since he honed his character to a fine edge, all of which made the makers of these videos money. Obviously. There's nothing wrong with Drew Gooden, you know, it's good bait, a harmless response video, whatever. I do, however, take a lot of issue with Drew Gooden's video where he said that Kosovo was not rightful Serbian land, but hey, the media has an anti-Serbian bias, what else is new? Did you know we shot down—
Is this dude a Serbian nationalist? What the he's memeing. Anyway, on one hand, I kind of agree. On the other, I sort of disagree. So, I used to be of the opinion, and I still kind of am, that these rage merchants require people who are angry about what they're saying to propel their success. To an extent, I want to agree with the idea that, like, there being progressives out there always mad at what Andrew Tate is saying is what keeps Andrew Tate going. But at the same time, the deeper you dig into these people, the more you realize that without anyone to call them out, they would still be just as, if not more, successful. Like, look into the past at, like, the right-wing pundits who have fallen off in years past. Most of them fell off after something bad came out about them, usually exposed by someone prominent and progressive. The fact is that even if it doesn't work for years, eventually what's going to, like in this case, what's going to happen is the more evidence of the Andrew Tate sex trafficking of minors stuff is going to come out, stuff that's like irrefutable, messages and things like that, whether he gets convicted or not, and he will. And people are going to cover it. And Andrew Tate, because of that, is going to go down in history as the guy who sex trafficked kids. At least I can only hope he will. I don't know. I want to say that the response, the, like, calling out these people helps them in a sense, but I also realize that it also doesn't help them that much. And in some ways, it can absolutely hurt them. I just saw a PragerU ad on this video about women saying you don't need a man to be happy. Xander Hall struck lightning again. Well, it's funny, like, the majority of like ads that involve politics or ads that run on political content on YouTube are right-wing channels promoting their own content. So a shitload of people report that they get PragerU and Daily Wire ads on my stuff because they run so many ads on any content that's even tangentially political, left or right. That's how they hoover up so many new subscribers, is that if you watch a video that has anything to do with politics, you're likely to get their stuff shilled at you, whether it's through ads or YouTube's algorithm. Doesn't matter. You're going to get it put in front of you.
Out a plane once you... Now, the BBC reporting on Tate's recent legal issues, for example, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. That's news. But if you're making a video about how Andrew Tate is a big, mean man, then you're doing exactly what he fucking wants.
You people are not thinking.
Making you either an idiot...
Well, Andrew Tate has a lot bigger problems right now than people calling him out. Let's be real. He's got much bigger problems right now. The Romanian FBI and their investigation of his, sex trafficking of kids. That's the real thing that's going to take him down at this point, not people calling him out.
Or someone that just doesn't give a shit and is just willfully profiting off of this, spreading his message, playing directly into his hands for whatever pittance you're getting paid.
The fact that you know him, that you've already passed judgment on him, means he's already won. He tops the popularity contest that is online e-celebrity through his infamy.
I suspect most people just love making long videos about how they're morally superior to the Romanian sex trafficker. Wow, when you put it like that, it sounds like a massive...
He's not Romanian. He's British and... Is he British and Romanian? He's British American. No, he's British American. He moved to Romania to facilitate his sex trafficking business. Like, yeah. I don't know. On one hand, I feel like this guy is making a good point. On the other, I feel like he's doing this sort of like, I am above this whole conversation bit, Like this feels like a very, like, not just centrist video, but pretentious centrist video, Like, do you think it's bad that people are getting, viewers informed on, say, the charges that Andrew Tate has received, or updates in the FBI, or not, I guess not FBI, what is it called? The Bureau of, what's the Romanian, institution that's investigating him called? It's like the Romanian Bureau of Justice or something? I don't know. Isn't Turkey Tom's one of the dudes who called? Yeah, Turkey Tom fucking hates me. He's a massive retard. But, their videos talking about Andrew Tate's, criminal stuff especially, I feel like is not necessarily helping Andrew Tate. One of the girls he sex trafficked was the daughter of either president or prime minister of Romania. Holy shit!
Waste of everyone's fucking time, doesn't it? You're a better person than the Romanian sex trafficker. Recently, CoffeeZilla covered Andrew Tate's crypto scam. Wow, I can't believe the investment the Romanian sex trafficker told me about wasn't legitimate. Listen, I don't feel bad when someone that isn't elderly gets scammed by a crypto coin. I've played the meme stock game, actually made a little bit of money on Bed Bath.
I'm gonna be real here. This video feels... I feel like he sees some of the truth. Particularly the beginning segment of this video, I really liked. This little bit about how these outrage merchants operate, how it's all about just saying something stupid and watching as people who care put in 100 times more effort to debunk what you say. Really liked that point. But we're in a landscape right now where Donald Trump thanked what's his name? Fucking Aiden Ross for helping him get elected. It's true. On the night of his accepting of the victory, Donald Trump thanked Aiden Ross up on that stage. Among other people, Aiden Ross was on that list. And other right-wing internet figures. The fact is that the right has invested unfathomable amounts of money over the last 10 years into building an internet empire because they recognize that that would be enough for them to win elections on the scale that they now have the red trifecta. They own the Supreme Court. They own the presidency, Congress. They own the Senate, the House of Representatives. They own all of it. That is because of a 10-year-long investment by the right to build this online empire that has surpassed traditional news media. Several times over at this point, by the way. We're talking everything from Joe Rogan to, far-right figures like Nick Fuentes, right? And now we're in this era where we recognize, okay, the right has succeeded because of their dedication to dominating internet culture and taking over the algorithms. How do you counter that? How do you counter what they have done here? Do you just ignore them? Does everybody who doesn't already agree just ignore them? Because then the centrists, the grillers, and the conservatives just continue to feed into them. There's no pushback. There's no call out. There's no alternative. Let's say you organically figure out that Andrew Tate is a little iffy, and maybe your faith in him starts to crack. No one's calling him out. There's no, like, Andrew Tate's a piece of shit and here's why. Call out things. You know, you're just hearing Andrew Tate's side of things in this reality where no one calls him out, right? Andrew Tate did not blow up because people were making these articles about the troubling rise of Andrew Tate. People continuously started talking about Andrew Tate because he was rising. You know? I don't know. I agree with the idea that the left needs to, or just people who are not the far right, need to be doing what the right has done, which is dominating the internet by calling this shit out and counter messaging. Not this idea that, like, if you're a YouTuber and you call out these awful figures, you're helping them. Like, come on, not really. Not really. Let's be real. Let's be real, not really. I'm curious what the comments look like. I'll watch this later. Don't feed the trolls is like the top 3 rule of the early web forums, and we've all forgotten the ancient lore. The rule with trolling is actually that the first person to care is gay. That's true as well. Was going to quit drinking, you've convinced me not to. Thank you, Cobbler. Can't wait to repeat all this verbatim to my therapist so they think thoughtful and funny. Think I'm thoughtful and funny and become even more deeply suspicious about my mental state, so they keep giving... I have no idea. Okay, I guess that's like a running joke in his comment section. I don't know. This is a very centrist perspective, it feels like. What kind of videos does he usually make? Game videos, history videos, just random shit, it seems. Like a variety YouTuber. Neat. Seems like his heart is in the right place, but clearly doesn't really have, like, a dedication to the idea of, like, dismantling the right-wing media empire. The sad part is that nobody either knows or cares that, and it's being fermented by wealthy types, not just on the right, kind of feeling a bit black-pilled in this regard. Yeah, it's really sad to see that there are a lot of places on the internet right now that are polarizing rather against the right. They're polarizing against politics as a whole, which just serves the right in the roundabout. The right wants people who are, like, politically disengaged more than they want people who are, like, not necessarily more than they want people who are on the right, but, like, they'd prefer people who are politically disengaged to people who are politically engaged but on the left. The sad... Yeah, it is sad. It really is. Anyway, with all that in mind, if you guys enjoyed this segment, and you guys found it entertaining, enjoyable, or educational, then please consider leaving a like. Every single thumbs up goes a long way to boost the channel in the algorithm and helps a ton, as do subscriptions and comments as well. So like, comment, and sub if you feel like boosting the channel. It also is completely free, so I appreciate it. And if you want to see more from me on other platforms, make sure to follow my social medias, linked down below in the description if you haven't already, including my Blue Sky and my Discord server if you haven't. That's the platforms that are really popping off right now. My Blue Sky and my Discord. Hope I see you guys there. And of course, if you want to support me directly, financially, help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me by donating through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or even buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. Regardless of how you support me, though, thank you so much for watching as always, and have a good one. Nice. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. So what's your issue with Turkey Tom? Why are you asking it to me like I have a problem with him? He has a problem with me. Ask him. Alrighty. What did he do? He's made like 4 or 5 hate videos on me. Turkey Tom's another cringe anti-woke YouTuber. He definitely leans more on the right-leaning, like, anti-woke side of things than on the left-leaning woke side of things, that's for sure. Only came in halfway through, but it was great from what I heard. Thank you, I appreciate it. People in website chat acting like Turkey Tom ain't the one starting shit. I think it's just this one person, Jake Land, who is A, very bad at typing in a way that does not come off tonally dissonant from what they mean, or B, just very, very uninformed on the situation. Delancer, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Said, new evidence shows with COVID, either you get the bad case of long COVID now, or it acts like shingles, most likely later in life. Many decades later, like shingles' connection to chickenpox. Huh. So I guess it's better to deal with long COVID earlier in life than later, because if you don't deal with it now, then it's going to come up later, probably worse. Like shingles, because shingles is like chickenpox, but it can kill you. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Not Turkey Tom 2. Why do so many of the people I watch lean right? Damn, you didn't know Turkey Tom was like... I don't know, like last year, didn't he do a collab video with Sam Hyde? Anyway. Cleaver120, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Starflower. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Said a 1-month sub for the Christmas season. Also, I was reminded of this meme in last night's stream and then sent a link. What is this? I have no idea how anything in my stream would have reminded you of this.
Sir, could it be you're trying to jockey my chassis? Well, I suppose if it's you, then it's okay.
Enough with looking at them, Lancer. Robot ass is fleeting. But an HA siege cannon with 3d6 explosive damage and a blast to radius? Ha! Dvorich, that is forever.
Oh, okay. I remember the joke I made. I talked about how women and sex are temporary, but BOE epics are forever. BOE legendaries are forever as well. Or probably BOPs legendaries, to be honest. I don't know. I've never gotten a legendary item in Classic WoW. Come to think of it, I thought Zan and Turkey Tom were friends, or at least cool with each other. I don't know why I thought this. Well, like, I wouldn't say we were friends, but me and him were pretty chill, I guess. Like, we were on decent terms. But I think it was a combination of things that made him dislike me. A, I am, like, a woke lefty progressive figure that's, like, I'm in favor of, like, the Nazis being censored and stuff like that. Which is something he never quite agreed with me on. And I've probably got way more radical positions on certain issues like, you know, racial issues and gender issues and whatnot. Just way more radically progressive than his probably are, especially on trans stuff. And so he's probably always disagreed with that. Didn't really want to claw up the tree of debating me on it because I don't know if he would be able to win a debate on, like, I don't know, whether or not, like, trans people are insane the majority of the time. The kind of claim that I've seen him imply. You know, just that kind of shit. He's just sort of an edgy dude, and I think he's never liked me because of that. And then on top of that, he seems to really want me to be, like, a source of revenue that he can kind of milk, right? He's been trying for a while now to make hate videos about me that frame me as, like, pathetic. And his most recent... The previous go-around was that I was financially successful and yet did not pay my editor. And now the current talking point is that I am poor and that is funny. It's like... Okay, the last thing you guys said you hated me for was that I had money. Like, yeah. Are you the Brie Larson to his quartering? I wouldn't say that. I don't know if he's made, like, hundreds of videos on me. I'd say I'm the Brie Larson to President Sunday's quartering. He's obsessed. So's Bad Empanada, too. Like, there's a pretty good handful of people that you can probably, if you know any of their reputations, the fact that they are part of the handful of people who hate me gets across, like, what the types that dislike me this much are like, you know? Also, I know, like, private shit about Turkey Tom. It's hilarious. Nothing, like, docs related or anything like that. Just, I happen to know people who have known him in real life, and they have told me stories that are real fucking silly. If I was petty, I'd tell them, but I'm not that petty. He said you handle your finances poorly? Yeah, this is from, he's hated me since the Lonnie stuff. The claim comes from, like, the Lonnie drama. It's trying to frame me as, like, in the wrong for getting stolen from by my ex. When I was with her, not when, like, we were broken up, even. Xanderhall Demon Mama started a podcast with Vowsh and Gayfesh. There's no way that's real. Holy fucking shit. Really? After the pedo stuff? Damn. For both, like, I think all three of them have, like, some pretty bad pedo-related allegations. Ooh. Even Westside Tyler fell for the you not paying Cherry thing for a bit. Yeah, to be fair, I could have been faster in just, like, dropping the PayPal payment logs, to be fair, but, you know. It's Gayfesh Luxander in DM. Okay, that makes sense. Luxander, I don't believe, has any allegations like that. Skeletons are in their closet. Not even in their closet. They're spilling out, bro. They got out. Xanderall, speaking of personal things like that per se, I am technically 1 degree of separation away from the From cast. That's crazy, Circuit Dog. Holy shit. Who in the cast? Dude, it's actually so sad how many people aren't aware of the Vowsh lolly horse porn folder thing. Or if they are aware of it, they're aware of, like, the psyoped, like, misinfo version that was spread. Because I mentioned in passing that me and Vowsh weren't cool anymore and didn't, like, go into the long stun lock about the porn folder thing. And people were like, why don't you like Vowsh anymore? What do you mean? You don't like Vowsh anymore? Unsubscribed. It's like, do these people not know? Because a lot of people of them are asking as if they don't know. No, Chainsaw Chimera. Damn. Didn't Vowsh respond to the horse enjoyment? There's no valid response to having CP and horse porn on your computer downloaded there. For those that don't know, the image that he had that was probably the worst one that he had has been described to me and confirmed to be that by, like, countless creators that have, you know, obviously posted this and gone after him for it since. Was 2 lollies eating out a horse's ass is one of the images in his porn folder he leaked. That's the one that kind of, I feel like, consolidates the 2 fetishes that, or I should say, like, paraphilias that he seemed to demonstrate being into in one image, so. Yeah. A lot of people don't know about that, or they've heard, like, the version where, I don't know who edited the folder to have less problematic shit in there, and then he made his video where he claimed that, he's just into, I think he said he was just into short stack goblins, because that was one of the images they edited in to cover up the horse thing, and then claimed that, oh yeah, it turns out one of the artists is a lolly artist, and while that image doesn't look like lolly, they actually do make that, and that's on me for not researching it better, guys. Like, basically owning up only in such a way where it sounds like he's only made honest mistakes, but there wasn't actually anything serious that he actively, knowingly downloaded onto his computer. Like, you know, he had to get pretty dishonest to defend himself there, because there's not, like, what do you do in that situation? Yeah. For those that are wondering how I know that was what was actually there, as you can probably imagine, I'm friends with quite a few now ex-Vowsh fans who were there live. And they're not people who would have lied about Vowsh, like, just out of the blue, like, unanimously, people who don't know each other. Like, I woke up and my DMs were full of messages from people all telling me the same story, describing the same thing, because they were all there live. Trust me. I never heard about this before. That's wild. It's so sad that people are, it's starting to become old enough drama that people are able to not know. And that's kind of the goal there, right? The goal of like his method was to wait it out long enough that people would stop talking about it. Didn't you fall for that psyop for like, I think it was a month, might have been shorter. I am so glad that you broke free of that. No, I didn't fall for the psyop. I just wasn't talking about it. As that drama happened, I was still coming out of the like Keffels and Cherry drama and shit, and I literally just did not talk about or get involved with any of them after that for like months. I just didn't even talk about them, particularly because I just didn't want to accelerate any more of the drama. I wasn't looking to have Vowsh, Demon Mama, and Keffels all jumping down my throat. So I figured, you know what? I'm not going to talk about them, I'm not going to respond to them, and I'm going to let them destroy themselves. And holy fuck, did they destroy themselves. In the case of Demon Mama especially, holy shit. Ah, damn it. I feel like ever since long COVID, I've lost, like, I don't know, like, track of where my body is, if that makes sense. I feel like I bump into things more often, and, like, when I bump into things, I don't realize that it's, like, the feeling of it is me bumping into something, and I like, have a jerk. I jerk and have a spasm in response. It's weird. I feel like that didn't happen before I got COVID. Lack of proprioception? Maybe. You lost body and eye coordination? Honestly, probably. I feel like, you jerk? Yeah, I'd be jerking it, nah. But, like, I'll bump into, like, my shoulder into something, and, like, my body will reflexively, like, my reflexes will respond to it before my brain is caught up to, like, what that feeling was, if that makes sense. That's the best way to describe it. That's so funny, though. Bro can't do shit because all you gotta do is hit him with the shirt horseboy or something and he's immediately gone. Well, that's why he stopped doing debates. Like Vowsh will never do another debate again unless, like, maybe in 2 to 3 years he'll go back to doing debates. Maybe. Because unless it's on, like, a very controlled and curated platform, if someone can just bring that up to his face, it's over. He doesn't want, like, the spectators and his audience to hear about it and be reminded of it or to look into it, you know? And so that's why he won't do debates anymore, because people will call him horseboy and they'll start talking about it. And so he controls very strictly who he brings onto his platform if he's smart. He got lazy not doing research and makes vids solely on personal experience and vibes. Yeah, he definitely had a reputation for a while there before he stopped doing debates, where he was taking debates on stuff he just wasn't prepared for, it seemed. He had the rhetoric, but not the research in some cases, and that was always frustrating. I can see him debating right-wingers who are guilty for pretty much the same shit or worse. Well, yeah, that's the thing, though. It would be extra frustrating to have the right-wingers be able to pin him on that, when you know they're just as degenerate, but they actually have evidence of Vowsh being that degenerate. You should have just left the internet. I mean, Demon Mama left the internet for a while, but apparently they're back with a podcast. I'm excited to see how that goes. Christ. Zan, nerve damage will cause a loss of yourself and your personal space and sounding and eye/body movements. That sounds about right. I can only see him debating... oh yeah, sorry. Now Vowsh can't point out the degenerate right-wingers when he is too... Well, that's the thing. He still will. Like, most of the people that watch him don't know about this, and the ones that do know about it have either received, like, a very twisted version of the story, or, they're, like... They're part of the group of people that know, don't care, and are, like, actively trying to cover it up. Anyway, enough talking about the people who hate me. Many such cases. On the bright side, though, the people who hate me all suck. So, reminder that I'm in the right. I piss off the right people. Markichi, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Said, love from Australia, heart. Aw, thank you. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based and pog. Thank you. Alrighty. Let me update the dono goal really fast. I want to make sure it reflects the generosity of you lovely chatters. Have not gone over the Nick Fuentes stuff yet. Don't you worry. You haven't missed it.
Hello, beautiful community.
No, YouTube. I had to click 4 times before YouTube loaded the ability for the video to pause. Like, the video was playing for enough time that I could click 4 times. And in all that time, the video was unpausable because they hadn't loaded the UI ability for the video to pause. But I don't know how that's possible. How is video data able to load on my computer faster than the UI to pause said video data stream? Like, it's... Oh. I don't know. It's frustrating. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, I hate to say it, but after buying the world of US politics, apparently Elon Musk is looking to buy UK politics. He is looking to invest in Nigel Farage's party. That's the big headline today. And I was actually sent this video by a YouTuber named Vlad Vexler Chat. I was sent this video by fans telling me that he has a really good job of breaking down the situation because Elon Musk, his aspirations don't seem to end with America. He seems to genuinely be trying to go for world domination. Legitimately. And he knows he can do it. He knows this method works. It worked with Trump in the US, and I totally believe it could work in the UK as well. So let's go ahead and check out this video and see what Elon's little dastardly plan is. This guy is, like, I'm not even joking. Elon is a modern day, like, supervillain. He really is.
Talk about the Elon Musk, Nigel Farage problem. Now, you might think that that's a problem for the UK, but actually, I want to talk about it generically in a way that speaks to all of us, whether we are in Norway or Canada, because the problems that our democracies face, whether they're domestic or to do with malign foreign interference, are in so many ways generic because we're swimming in the same kinds of global currents of destabilization, democratic decline, depoliticization, collapse of the post-1980s.
This is all true. Pretty much across the West right now, we're seeing a massive drop in trust in democracy, belief in, like, democratic ideas. We're seeing a massive swing towards, like, voting conservative or voting far right to spite the more progressive or, like, Democrat or liberal-leaning incumbent. It's pretty insane.
89 global order and so on. So it affects us all. So let's just infinitesimally frame what the issue might be and then talk about how we talk about it. So Nigel Farage is the leader of a UK political party called Reform, which is a populist right, somewhat post-truth political party. And he's just met Elon. And Farage claims...
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Nigel Farage the one who, I think Sargon of Akkad ran in Nigel Farage's party against Nigel Farage in, like, what's effectively a primary and lost to him, right? I'm going back to like 2016 British politics here, so I'm probably not. Yeah, I'm wrong. Okay. What was the deal with that? Was he running with the Brexit party? Farage led Brexit. So he was running to go against Farage as the leader of UKIP against the Brexit party because Farage was the representative of the That's what I was mixing up. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not British. I don't follow British politics. This is from 2017 or something. I apologize. I got that wrong. But yeah, it reminds me a bit of that. He wasn't running for the leader. Was he running to be like some... He was running just as a candidate for a district. Okay. Yeah, well, he got stomped, thankfully. Sargon of Akkad did not succeed in British politics. Oh yeah, Count Dankula and Sargon ran together. Oh my god. Man, it's been a while since I've even thought about that, guys.
That they discussed strategy, and Musk is experienced in strategy because he's done a lot of groundwork to get Trump elected.
You would think Brexit would ruin Farage, right? Honestly, no. No, the British people are, I would say, electorally just as stupid as the American people. Wasn't there like this massive outcry of British people who voted yes on Brexit who were like, wait, that's the final official vote? You can't like walk it back? There's no second vote? What do you mean? So like Brexit may be generally seen as the worst move that the UK, like the people of the UK have ever made, but like it's the same deal with Trump. Like Brexit was the UK's Trump. And the equivalent of like, how could we vote for this? Like the next day after it came out the Brexit vote had succeeded, every British YouTuber, period, not politics, just British YouTuber, was talking about how catastrophic it's going to be and how bad this is. It's like, it seemed like there were no British people in favor of Brexit winning, and yet Brexit won with the majority of votes, clearly. And so, you know, same was the deal in 2016 and even in 2020 or 2024 after Trump won. It seems like no one's really well, with Trump less so, but it seems like no one's really in favor in terms of, you know, measuring the majority or not. But Trump still won. Brexit still won. I'm starting to feel like democracy has failed. I mean, democracy is of the people, by the people, for the people, but the people are retarded.
And they discussed money. But Farage claims they haven't agreed that Musk definitely will give money, and they haven't agreed on a sum. The sum that's speculatively swimming out there of $100 million has been denied. Now, as soon as you, my community, thinks about this, I think your first thought will go toward foreign interference, either in the sense that it's Musk interfering in UK politics, or in the sense that there is some further removed foreign interference.
I think technically this is Russia getting their claws in the UK through America. And I don't think it's foreign interference that is necessarily what's the big concern here. It's that Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. His wealth and power surpass borders. If he can buy the president of America, he can buy the prime minister or whatever the fuck of the UK. You know? There's absolutely something he can do, and he realizes that now. He's gone from having just a US-focused view to a global-focused view. He wants to own all the world leaders if he can, just like he owns Trump.
It's Trump interfering via Musk, or you may want to center or explore Musk's sympathies or connections with the Russians. And you know, I don't let you do that unless you have receipts. With receipts, then please go ahead.
Well, that's not Russia. Jake Lind, every message I've read from you in chat has been annoying. You've got one time left to annoy me in this stream before you get banned. All right, you just everything you say that I've noticed in chat has annoyed me. This is your last warning, buddy. No, I know that Elon Musk is not Russia, but if you have followed anything to do with Donald Trump and his campaign, They are highly tied to Russia. Russia invested heavily into helping Trump win because Trump is aligned with Russia's goals and ends. So Elon, obviously, backing Trump, being very pro-Russia as well, also backs Russia's ends. Elon buying the UK government or buying UK politics would be Russian influence, tangibly. That is what that means. Hopefully that helps, Jakeland.
So you will say foreign interference. And because I want to talk about how we think about issues like this, I want to say yes, let's center that, but let's center that second. Let's first center domestic UK issues that are actually domestic issues in your democracy too. So just put my cards on the table. What I'm concerned about here as a long-time UK citizen, I've been in the UK really on and off since the early to mid-90s, is not that some kind of artificial political entity with no support will be engineered into power by a reckless and politically naive non-citizen billionaire, but that political party is already on track to potentially gain power in this country, and that kind of foreign push will...
The thing that I think people need to understand is that when fascism takes over, it's never with the majority of people against it, it seems. Like, the majority are always in favor when the fascists take over. It's not until after their power has been cemented and there's nothing you can do about it anymore that the majority start to lean disfavorably towards a fascist regime. Like, fascism has always risen through populism, and when you have a hyper-populist party or group or entity that's willing to lie and overpromise, you can get immense popular support, and that's how we get into situations like what we have going on in the US. So I think the real worry is that Elon's going to use his money to accelerate the already existing Brexit Party support for Nigel Farage into something more broad and populist and on par and cult-like, on par with MAGA in the US.
Accelerate its success. You see, we're not talking about something artificial being created by foreign interference. We're talking about something that's on course to succeed anyway, and then it's getting a nudge. So let's start with that domestic story. UK citizens feel outraged about immigration, not just to the point of anger, but to the point of epistemic resignation about all politics. They want to give up on political institutions, which make them feel unsafe, powerless, betrayed, and which look to them opaque, untransparent. You look at it and the game you're looking at don't make sense to you no more. Now, that's not how all UK citizens feel, but what we're looking at is a significant minority or a small majority that feels that there's this very big gap between civic consent, what citizens have been asked about and agreed to, and the actual immigration numbers. And that is a sociological reality for me. That's to say that I may feel differently about what would happen if my street here in East London were populated entirely with Syrians. I'd love that, but I don't live alone, right? And the actual feelings of citizens on the doorstep is what we start with in a democracy. So that's why.
What he's talking about right now is actually very similar to what happened here in America before Trump's win in this last election. There was a very worrying stat that a lot of people in chat, when I would bring it up and we would talk about it, they would just deny it. Like, legitimately, I had people in chat that were saying that stat is not real. Because if it is, then, I mean, hell, Trump's basically got the win in the bag. And it turned out it absolutely was. The stat has actually been reaffirmed with multiple polls and with the election results. I believe it was over 60% of Americans, left and right, like not on any party line, but like just like over 60% of Americans are in favor of mass deportations. What I would consider the most radical position you can have to be anti-immigration, mass deportations, over 60% of Americans polled as being in favor of it. That would presumably be the smallest proportion of people in America who are anti-immigration. Like, of the people who are anti-immigration, you would think the smallest proportion would be that radically anti-immigration. And yet it was a staggering number. Over 60%. And it seems as though a lot of that is, whether it's true or not, people have fallen for these vibes-based arguments about how immigrants are stealing jobs and ruining the economy when they're objectively doing the opposite of these things. Regardless, people believe it. The vibes make sense to them. They feel uncomfortable when they see people from other places that are different. And so when someone who seems like they know what they're talking about or seems like they're credible enough to tell you the truth says what your feelings or your vibes already kind of make you feel, now it feels like it's not just a crazy feeling, it's the truth. It's the unfortunate truth that no one's brave enough to say. And immigration is a strong point with a lot of people in like white Western countries right now, convincing them that like brown people are coming in and they're overpopulating the white people out of existence and the Great Replacement and they're stealing jobs, like all these talking points. They're bringing crime. People, it resonates with people. Progressives fall for these talking points. You know, there are a lot of progressive people who fell for the Muslim rape gangs conspiracy, the Sweden Muslim rape gangs thing. Like that was a conspiracy that made liberal progressive women not want to go on vacation to Sweden. I know a couple, trust me, that was real. People fall for this kind of stuff and it motivates them. It makes them feel like, maybe there's a point to this whole anti-immigration thing. Maybe there is a problem. Maybe there is danger. Europe especially, but let's be real, America's very freaked out when it comes to immigrants.
One thing that's felt. I think another thing that's strongly felt is that political discourse itself feels alien. That when citizens see political debate, it's not that they feel that one side's right and the other side is wrong and the side is wrong is always in government. They feel that the debate itself doesn't make sense. It's a debate by alien forces that don't make sense in alien terms that don't make sense. And the kitchen table talk of Nigel Farage is therefore appealing. Because what is populism? And I accept other framings of populism, but what is populism according to my way of talking about it? It is first and foremost the bridging of public discourse with private sentiment. That's to say, public discourse, the way complex modern states talk to themselves, about themselves, the way they justify their decisions to themselves, begins to bridge with the way you and I might talk at the kitchen table. Historically, this is a balance that's worked out differently. Often, historically, we've had a problem with the opposite, with private discourse being swallowed up by...
Zan, almost every U.S. politician and U.S. political idea that won is by using vibes and punchy slogan sayings that are hard to be against without looking like you're against the majority and makes people feel good. Very good point, yeah. You're not wrong. And it's not just the punchiness of the slogan or how good of a point the slogan is on the surface level that seems insane to disagree with or to disagree with anyone saying it. It has to be what you're known for saying. Like, Kamala Harris had a plan. She had policies. You know, she had a history and a record over the last 4 years of doing good policy with Joe Biden. And yet a lot of people genuinely didn't know what her policies were. And they consider it Kamala Harris's fault that they didn't know what her policies were. And to an extent, it kinda is. It's someone's fault, and I don't think it's theirs. I don't think it's the fault of the American people that they all know Trump's slogans and talking points, but most of them couldn't name a single one of Kamala Harris's policies, even if they're voting for her. I think there's been a failing in media reporting and a variety of things in a variety of people's hands as to why so many people, left, right, and center, could not name Kamala Harris's policy plan. You want to know what really worked? Change. Obama's slogan, change. A single sentence that really resonated with people at the time. It was what people wanted. You could not beat the message that Obama was running with. Change. Everyone wanted it. It was on the back of it was the bumper sticker on the back of people's cars for 8 straight years during Obama's presidency. People were proud to have voted for Obama during his presidency. They kept their bumper stickers up and their merch on their cars and stuff for 8 whole years. It was also false advertising, sadly. Honestly, no, Trout Dealer. Dog, do you realize... How old are you, Trout Dealer? Let me just ask your age before I rip you apart. I'm 4... Be serious, though, Trout Dealer. You're definitely under 26, would be my bet. You're 32, really? I don't believe that. You're definitely under 26 years old. You realize the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare as they call it, was one of the biggest and most revolutionary, game changers for lower income American people. Far in between, the biggest threat to an American's life and quality of life, finances, and ability to get by in this country is a medical emergency. A $400 medical emergency, and the average American is fucking cooked. It is thanks to the Affordable Care Act that millions upon I think tens of millions of Americans who before were not covered, were covered. They did have their health care paid for. My grandma, in fact, had I think 80% of her cancer treatment paid for by the Affordable Care Act when she was dying from cancer. Her treatment and end-of-life care was covered mostly by the ACA and would not have been covered had Trump successfully destroyed the ACA. That's just one policy. People talk about Obama being a warmonger, but I mean, then we got Donald Trump, who immediately came in and in his first year bombed more people than Obama did in 8.
Public discourse, right? That's happened in the country I was born in the USSR. That's to say, they expected you to talk at the kitchen table like the bureaucracy talked to itself. So bureaucratic language was eating up private speak. Here, with the West today, the rise of populism, it's private speak that's eating up bureaucratic language.
As a Eurotard, that still feels like a Band-Aid. I guess I'd agree, but at the same time, the difference is tens of millions of Americans having healthcare coverage. There's a reason why Trump trying to repeal the ACA was such a massive, catastrophic thing. Because the ACA becoming a thing because of Obama was a massive, big, good deal. It was one of the few, holy shit, this is big, progressive policies that was passed in recent memory that really affected positively the quality of life of many Americans, particularly Americans who don't make a lot of money and can't afford insurance or can't afford to pay out of pocket for medical costs.
In good part because there is a fundamental rejection by large numbers of citizens of the technocratic quasi-neoliberalism that has evolved, let us say, onward from the 70s to today in much of the West. So that's the second thing UK voters struggle with, the language of politics. And then they also struggle with the marketization of certain spheres and with outrage about that. For instance, the privatization of the utilities, the dysfunction of the utilities in the UK. And across these three that I've mentioned, we could...
I think it's also worth pointing out that these right-wing populist types are also another example of their populist rhetoric. And this is what I think populism really is. It's when you don't actually have a consistent ideology. It's just whatever makes the people you're trying to get to support you the happiest, right? So for example, a right-wing populist would be really pro-capitalism as a concept and rhetorically, we love businesses, we love capitalism, we love the free market, all that good stuff, very popular ideas. But then when a company like YouTube, a private company, decides to employ their TOS to ban a Nazi YouTuber, they start screaming about how private companies should not have the right to manage who uses their private platform because against freedom of speech, so and so. They start screaming about how private companies shouldn't have the right to suppress them, but they're also super pro private ownership and the rights of these private owners and everything. It's all just about having the position that benefits you the most at any time. That is all populism is. It's why people say they like populism and they think they like populism, is because usually when they hear of populism, if it's not a right-wing populist, they're hearing stuff they like. But if you stop and you think about it, 99.9% of populists are saying nonsense because they're just people trying to get you to say, yeah, I like that, I support you, I agree with you. I'll vote for you.
Mention more: immigration, political discourse, the state of the utilities, and other.
A right-wing populist pretends left-wing policies belong to them, and so does a left-wing populist with right-wing policies that are popular. Populists just appropriate the most popular perspectives and ideas from all political sides, regardless of how effective or well thought out those ideas are. They just make a mishmash of the most popular ideas from different sides.
The public services. On all of that, reform speaks to people more directly than the Conservatives or Labour, the two major political parties, or the Liberal Democrats for that matter. So there's a crisis of legitimacy in UK politics, and there's a crisis of legitimacy in US politics, even greater indeed. And the job of Labour is to speak into that. Labour, the UK government today, with a very big majority in Parliament, but that majority isn't reflected in the reception of the party in the country. But Labour with a very big majority.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a massive, far-right win in the UK in the next election, considering the massive anti-incumbent bias we've seen across the board in all of these, Western elections in the last year. So that majority, that Labour majority is about to evaporate in the next UK election, guaranteed.
Majority are not speaking to the country about this crisis of legitimacy that people feel. The Tories are not doing it either.
I think a lot of it stems, ironically, just stems from global inflation and the fact that we happen to have a lot of progressive or left-leaning administrations in power in these countries when global inflation spiked due to, obviously, conflict and COVID.
Dems are not doing it. The Greens are doing a little of it, but in a way I find unconstructive, because what we want from the Greens is not what they would do if they were in power. What we want from them is to be a kind of workshop that pushes mainstream parties to do good policy, particularly on climate. So at the moment, I'm only seeing Farage speaking to the country in a way that does not gaslight the country about this gap between the politics in the country and the country itself. That's very disturbing, because Farage is a post-truth populist, which means that he is speaking into that crisis, but unconstructively. He is speaking into it in a way that makes the crisis worse. He's also speaking into it in a way that will probably be self-undermining, where reform to become...
He's telling people what they want to hear. That's fundamentally what it is. He's speaking to people who are going through a crisis, and yes, he is not making it better, but he is telling them what they want to hear. Because the goal is not to help them. It's not to tell them it's not to make them it's not to help them or to make a genuine promise to help them. It's to make them feel like that person, that populist politician or pundit, is the only one that can help them.
The government in the UK, which is possible, right? That sounds shocking in of itself, but reform could be bigger than Labour or the Tories in a few years. The way things are going, that can't be ruled out at all. So the only party that's speaking into this is a completely unconstructive party that exploits grievance, right? And is a completely hypocritical party. I mean, even the very act of taking money from Musk is the height of neoliberal ideology.
A really good example, actually. Donald Trump, one of his biggest populist talking points is that they hate how much the Dems have these big corporate backers, and yet the Republican Party has far more corporate backing than the Dems do, magnitudes more than the Dems do. And you've got Elon Musk making himself into an oligarch, the world's richest man, backing him up, and yet one of his biggest and most well-received talking points is that he's not corrupt like the Democrats. He's not doing this for money like the Democrats.
which is the very thing that people resentfully reacted against, right, in the UK in recent years. It's a resentment that's been building over a very, very long time. Kind of liberalism's descent into neoliberalism. By neoliberalism, I don't mean anything special, except a shorthand for a kind of politics that doesn't use market forces well, but is thoughtless about submission to them, that puts a magical primacy on market forces, right? Nobody minds putting primacy on market forces when there's a good argument for it, but it's always piecemeal. What should the market do? What should the state do? Let's do what works best. But we have been in an ideological bubble for decades that gives thoughtless priority to the market. Now, the same story, the same kind of hypocrisy is true of Brexit as well, right? Brits who were furious and wanted Brexit, wanted it as a deglobalizing force, right? But it's actually an out-of-date ideology of economic globalization that was driving the vanguard of Brexiteers.
This is also why Trump won. It's the idea that we need to stop globalism. We need to stop moving our industry, our manufacturing, our business, and all that outside of America and bringing companies from other countries here. And we just lock everything down. We need to make American and buy American. We need to just be our own isolated, fully self-sustaining superpower. They basically expect America to remain the same prosperous superpower it is today at the top of the world, while also neglecting to do any of the things that guarantee that spot, such as world trade, military support, and alliance forming with other countries, making promises to support them if they're ever invaded by another country, for instance. Refusing to do these things is how we lose that spot. And if we lose that spot, Americans live worse lives. A large reason why Americans live such great lives compared to the rest of humanity. And let's be real. Listen, as much as we've got a lot to complain about, and the biggest, most successful, amazing country in the world, the richest country in the world, should not have the problems that it has, most Americans live a better life than a lot of humans in the world today, and especially in the past. And so keep that in mind. You know, like things are pretty fucking great here, especially nowadays compared to how it could be. And people forget that. But the fact that there are things to be upset about and that there are problems, that's what's utilized by populists to push the idea that everything is falling apart, the world is coming to an end. So people want to stay on top of the world, but at the same time become isolationists? Yeah. They expect that we can solve the problems that they do think we have by shutting ourselves off and becoming fully self-sustaining. The problem is there are no fully self-sustaining countries that can be like America, right? Like, let's say we bring all of our industry back home. Well, you're going to have to buy raw materials from overseas because the U.S. doesn't have the land mass necessary. What are you going to do? Annex other countries to take their land to be able to harvest it for resources? At that point, you're not being very isolationist anymore. At that point, you have to invest into the military-industrial complex, the same military-industrial complex that Trump is running on defunding. So, like, how it's not possible. You can't defund your military, withdraw from world trade, and shut down your borders and expect to maintain a prosperous position in the modern world as a country. Just not how it works, but people believe it is possible because these populists tell them that is the way to achieve even more prosperity.
So the very thing that drove Brexit, the Brexit vote motivationally, is the thing that is clearly incompatible with the project of the vanguard of the Brexiteers. So that's continuing, but the problem is that when you have societies that have lost trust, you have societies where magical thinking is preponderant about politics. People don't think about cause and effect anymore. How if I vote for this person, they'll do that in that way by those means in that time frame, and then these will be the results. When you break out of that thinking, then you are capable of giving your vote to somebody who is claiming they're trying to fix the problem while themselves being a kind of ideologically bloated emanation of the very cause of the problem in the first place. So these are the domestic issues at hand. So reform's already on course for success. If reform were to become the government, because they don't have solutions, and in fact they are in many ways just an intensification of the problems that have brought us here, with the added big downside that they may not respect democratic institutions as much as other parties do. that will mean reform could fail, and even more malign anti-democratic authoritarian forces may germinate in the UK and sort of circle power into the 2040s, let's say. But that's the domestic situation. So it's into that Musk might be injecting cash. And that's why it's a worry, right? Not because this is just an artificial project being inserted into the UK by a foreign billionaire. Now,
I agree. Oh my gosh, I cannot control my hand-eye coordination these days. Anyway, I like this video. I agree with this point here. I think that this goes beyond the UK though. I think Elon has his eyes on global domination. I think we're going to see Elon having meetings with, like, Putin. I think there's going to be a lot of meetings between Elon and Putin in the coming 4 years. And they're going to form as much of a friendship as Elon can manage to form with him. And Elon's going to try to cozy up with as many world leaders as he can. When there are elections, he is going to start backing publicly and funding candidates that align with him and get along with him. I think he recognizes that what he did here in America is his path to global domination. I genuinely think we might be entering an era where Elon Musk is the biggest threat to the world politically besides Trump. Maybe a bigger threat than Trump. I'm curious, actually, in the comments of this video, when it goes out as its own thing and in the chat live, who do you think in the next 4 years is going to be a bigger threat to global politics and democracy and you know, the world? Elon or Trump? Because Trump, as bad as he is, you know, president of America, Elon's the world's richest man and may control not just Trump, but many more world leaders. I feel like Elon might have Trump beat, especially if he's going to continue in the direction I think he's heading in. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, and you found it enjoyable, or entertaining, or educational, then please consider leaving a like. Every single thumbs up goes a long way to boost my content in the algorithm, and it helps immensely, so I really do appreciate it. And of course, if you haven't already, please consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description. It really does help a lot. I love seeing you guys follow me there. Obviously, my Blue Sky and my Discord server are where I'm most active these days, so I really hope to see you guys around there. And of course, if you haven't already, and you want to support me directly and you can afford it, help me keep the lights on, a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying some merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. Regardless of how you support me though, I really do appreciate it as always, and thank you for watching. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Thoughts, chat? Red Scare, thank you for the $5. Says this guy is dying in every video. That's why I unsubbed from Vlad. It's too painful to watch. Preemptive rip. Wait, is he like ill? Is he ill?
You're very well.
I don't see anything about
You're very
that.
welcome to my channel, Vlad Vek.
He's got like a diary channel. Maybe he talks about it. Myalgic encephalitis. Jesus. Long COVID and myalgic encephalitis. Oh, that fucking sucks. Jesus, I'm sorry. That blows. Thank you for the $5, Red Scare. I do appreciate it. That really sucks. Dying, I think, is a bit of an exaggeration, but he's chronic illness and his wife is a few years And his life is a few years before he is up. So is he terminally ill? Jesus Christ. Good Lord. Dude, even when you've got health problems, if you're still expected to live 10 years from now, you got to be thankful for that, right? Not everybody has that privilege. I was gone for 4 streams in YouTube. I'm back. Hell yeah, Revan, welcome back. Good to have you here. Yeah? God, that's awful, Lancer. It really is. Alright, guys, really quickly, I'm going to go take a quick restroom break, empty my bladder, and grab myself a Monster Energy. I will be right back, so don't go anywhere. I got a lot of juicy topics for you guys after I return, so I hope you guys stick around. It's going to be some pretty good stuff. I hope to see y'all again. Well, not hope to see y'all again. I hope to see y'all when I get back from the bathroom. BRB, everyone. Stay tuned. I wonder if you guys in chat know what the little Pepe with the torch is referencing. It's not a normal torch, it's a tiki torch. Alright. I am back, everybody, and I've got my Monster Energy. Oh shit, he caught us? Yeah, I caught you having your little tiki torch rally. Run! Yep, I caught all of you. Spamming in my chat while I was gone. Who do y'all think you are? Death Stranding Sholomau? True! True! K-Doge, OG Monster is the only good monster. I'll have you know. Also, reminder, my opinion on Monster matters more. Because I've got the funny silver play button from YouTube. So, my opinion on which monster is better matters more than yours. That's what that means. I don't know. I'm a big fan of Mothman. That's my favorite monster. Mothman's pretty cool. Zan and the Taliban have one thing in common now. Yeah, the Taliban does actually have more silver play buttons than me, though. I only have one. The Taliban has multiple YouTubers that they pay to make content that have silver play buttons. We've been saying it for a while. There are better flavors like Ultra... I have tried all the different flavors of Monster. I only like the original one, guys. I'm a WoW player, okay? Like, original Monster Energy is practically like... I'm made to run on it. It's like jet fuel for me. It's like putting nitrous into my engine. You're not alone. OG Monster is the only tolerable energy drink. Real. Real. My GF is addicted to Monster Energy. Her room is packed with empty cans. Based. Never let her go. Xanderhall is the play button, or is the play button be put on the wall near the Super Earth flag? Well, it's there right now because that's where I had the nails in the wall to hang it. I'm going to take those out and I'm going to screw them into the wall over there. So the play button will be there in future streams. Ugh. Burp? That's one downside of Monster. It makes you have to burp. If that's a downside. I mean, I don't mind it. By the way, the flag is super cool. True! Our Helldivers flag. You know, they just released a new Helldivers update. Helldivers Illuminate trailer. They finally brought in the Illuminate. It goes so hard. They really hate fire.
They arrived without warning.
It's like Independence Day and War of the
laying
Worlds.
waste to our peaceful colonies. Crushing all resistance. They stole our citizens' homes and their minds. And something much, much worse. Their freedom. But when our citizens are attacked...
So guys, do you want to know what these enemy types... Do you want to know what the official name for this enemy type is called? Ethan got killed by one, and they're called the Voteless. The Illuminate zombie enemies are called the Voteless.
And something much, much worse. Their freedom. But when our citizens are attacked, our greatest heroes arrive.
Just like War of the Worlds.
For we are those who stand in the way of all tyranny. Who will give our lives today for a freer tomorrow. Who will take back control of freedom. And deliver peace to our homes. We are the Helldivers.
Such a good update. Really, really good update. If I wasn't no life in Classic WoW so hard, I'd be getting a lot more Helldivers 2 in. I've played a few games every day off, but most of the time I've spent gaming has been on Classic WoW for sure. Not as much Helldivers 2 as I would like, but man, I gotta get Scarab Lord, man. I gotta get Scarab Lord. It has to happen. I have to get Scarab Lord. I will get the Black Karaji battle tank. It will happen. It's gonna go down. I did, Redux. Really good stuff. I'm thinking of painting you in the style of League of Legends Arcane. That would go hard. Zan, would you make a Helldivers 2 clan? You should. Is that a thing? Clans in Helldivers 2? That goes hard. My ship in Helldivers 2 is called the Patriot of Family Values. Pretty good stuff. Minus the Emperor of Humankind. That's a good one, too. For obvious reasons, of course, yeah. That's a good one. I see what you did there. Alright. Here, let me go ahead and very quickly... Let me name those segments I just recorded and upload them. What to title this segment? How about this? How right-wing trolls rise to the top. How right-wing trolls rise to the top. Parentheses. Watching a vid about how Andrew Tate uses trolling tactics to succeed. Yes, there we go. Nice. And the other one. Elon Musk wants to buy UK politics now. Or politics 2 now. Elon wants to fund Nigel. There we go. Nice. Now those are uploading to Google Drive. Good stuff. That's funny you guys in chat are talking about warrior cats. I got a friend who's really into warrior cats. She read that shit growing up. And now she's thinking about getting an Audible subscription to re-listen to all of it. Yeah, there's like 100+ books. She's talked about like the lore to it, about it to me. It's like insane shit. There's like cat genocide and stuff like that. It's really wild. Like cat Hitler is a thing. Cats die and go to like the afterlife and get resurrected, or we see like the cat afterlife. Like it's insane. Like the person who wrote Warrior Cats is a schizophrenic, I think, and it gets real crazy. I should make a priest in WoW and name it Pastor Dean. That goes crazy. It actually that does actually go kind of crazy. I had a friend who was balls deep into that franchise of Warrior Cats. I only knew it from animation memes. Shouldn't it be Kahitler? No, it would be Kittler. Or Catler. Or Mueller. Because cats mew. Alright. You ever see cats that look like Hitler? like where they have like it'll be an almost all white cat, but they'll have like a little black spot right below their nose and around the top of their upper lip, and they'll have like half their head will have a little like black spot on it, and it looks like that little side comb over thing that Hitler had, and you just end up with a really Hitler looking cat. That's like a pattern of cat I've seen numerous of, and I always see it and I point and I yell, a Hitler cat. It's a rare variant of cat, but those do exist. There are Hitler cats. They're real. What am I saying? All cats are Hitler. All right. Let me bring up the next segment. Nice, I was able to pause that one pretty fast. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. We gotta talk about maybe the biggest Glazer video I've ever seen, and that's just going off of the title and thumbnail, man. You see, a little while ago, I've technically made multiple videos, but I think my last one was probably the best. I made a video about Synthetic Man, a right-wing grift YouTuber who is genuinely more degenerate than I think any of the rest. That's right, more degenerate than even the quartering in his basement pissing and cuck fantasies about Gina Carano. This is a guy who, I watched a video that actually broke down, like, everything we know about his personal life, and it's some sad stuff, dude. He's, like, a massive fucking neat loser, and he's a lot like Asmongold, if Asmongold was, like, really right-wing. Asmongold could be 1,000 times worse, I promise you. Asmongold is frustrating and cringe because I actually think he means well and isn't like a grifter or a liar. He's just that stupid. Imagine someone who's like Asmongold, but they're not a well-meaning or fundamentally likable person, in the sense that, like, Asmongold's very, like, self-aware and doesn't have much of an ego, which might surprise you, but he really doesn't. Meanwhile, the synthetic man guy is like that, but if he wasn't self-aware, and if he was also just an awful person about it, like very bitter and awful, that is Synthetic Man. Now, he's also a full-on open Nazi. He JQs, he does white nationalist posting and all that, and I thought about covering him again, but I haven't really felt the impetus to do so until I got this video recommended to me. You see, this is not a Synthetic Man video. This is a Synthetic Man Glazer video. This is a video called Why Synthetic Man Matters. And then he ats Synthetic Man to make sure that Synthetic Man gets a YouTube notification and sees the video and its title. Maximum Glazer shit. I don't know how much we're going to be able to watch of this before we cringe out of our fucking skin, but I figured, who's watching these fucking neckbeard losers who are very much open and unapologetic about being neckbeard losers? Who's watching these people? I assume other neckbeard losers, but let's find out what attracts people to this type of content. Let's see. Why Synthetic Man matters. Why we need Synthetic Man.
Context, depending on when you are watching this video, it was produced roughly 2 weeks after the 2024 presidential election, wherein Orange Man won by a landslide. Naturally, in the wake of his victory, the progressive left were drawn to their same old performative behaviors, resorting to their regular slews of virtue signaling and hypocritical hand-wringing. One such actor, whom I have mentioned before in passing, decided to go full Monty and showcase a very funny-looking doorstop.
Meet my God.
I'm sure you can work with that.
Meet my God. You think I care about your Christian fascism? You think I care about your Christo nationalism? I don't give a f. You don't scare me. You are scared of me. You are worried about me. And you should be. I am going to continue haunting your dreams, you worthless piece of mother. If you think I'm going anywhere, I'm only gonna get worse. If you think I'm gonna stop making things that offend you and piss you off, you have no idea how deviant and degenerate.
So I think this is Dead Domain calling out this YouTuber that we're watching. I guess he's doing the bit where, like, you frame, like, a progressive calling you out or disagreeing as being triggered or virtue signaling. Something you'll find that is, well, really the core of all conservative content online. It's not about being conservative. It's not about being right-wing or believing in right-wing ideas at its core. It's about being against the left. It's about recognizing the left as an enemy and fighting against them. You can be conservative if you want. The conservative politics can follow. No, like that's not really a concern, though. The goal is to simply convince people the left are a unreasonable, not worth listening to, insane, immoral, whatever list of negative pejoratives you can imagine they try to ascribe to progressivism, to not necessarily argue against its ideas, but to discredit the people who believe in it and to persuade people not to engage with the arguments. Is this guy trying to get into the grifter space and he's like sucking off Synthetic Man to try and get some attention? Oh.
Things can get.
Ugh. Brother, ugh. What's that?
If you think people like me are going away, that we're gonna stop making your art and your movies and ruining the things you love, you have no idea. We will take everything from you because it was never yours to begin with.
And let me remind you that on YouTube, this person is freely allowed to put on such a performance, while at the same time decries others for their own displays of extremism. In other words, apparently you are free to showcase your reverence for some goat-legged demon thing, but of course you can't say the N-word or use F-slurs.
You're allowed to have religious freedom on YouTube, but you can't say slurs. Remember, guys, we're not dealing with, like, your average, like, mask-on chuds here. We're talking about, these are full-on, upfront Nazi YouTubers, this guy and Synthetic Man.
Slurs, and you can't talk about those.
We just want to say the N-word! Whole video. You could just summarize it with that. He could have just screamed into the mic as loud as possible, I just want to say the N-word, and he would have gotten across the argument at the core of all this perfectly. And in about 5 seconds at that, we would have already been on our way out. We would have been gone, we would have been done with this video, like 95 seconds ago.
Damn Nat socks, or even make comedic references about whatever list of people whom YouTube has deemed are too privileged to be joked about.
Cyberbullying. Yeah, you say, as Dead Domain's video is a 2 hour, how long is it, like 2.5 hours or something? 2 hour hit piece on me. Yeah, that's not cyberbullying though.
Oh yeah, the Dead Domain video I did watch, it was very, very good. Especially the bits about how much of a fucking NEET loser. For those who don't know, NEET is an acronym. It stands for like something uneducated, unemployed, loser. It basically just means like basement dweller neckbeard. I forget what exactly it stands for. But yeah. He's a massive, massive sad motherfucker. The only thing he's got going for him is the fact that he has a lot of people on the internet that want to hear him just shit-talk minorities online. Yeah, not in education, employment, or training. That's what it stands for, yeah.
I'm going to continue haunting your dreams, you worthless piece of...
Yeah, that's not cyberbullying though.
If you think I'm going anywhere...
That's not cyber... So I think the framing of this is supposed to be like, oh, this person is making like a statement of threat towards these YouTubers, and YouTube is hypocritical because they don't consider this cyberbullying, but they consider saying slurs and being bigoted cyberbullying. Now, this video and what they're saying here is not in response to their existence or their political beliefs. I'm pretty sure this is in the context of being, like, LGBT. Like, we're not going anywhere. Like, we're going to continue to stay around. We're going to exist. We're going to be in your media. Like, saying gay people are not going to disappear and we're not, like, going away is not like anywhere equivalent to cyberbullying. But that's how they're framing it. Remember, you couldn't tell from this clip unless you know the like way that like people on the left speak. You wouldn't know from this clip the way it's cut that that's the context. But if you, let's be real, if you've been in the left-wing space enough and you hear someone say, we're not going to disappear, like that kind of rhetoric in reference to like media or discussions of topics, it's usually someone who's part of a marginalized group referring to that marginalized group not going, like that's clearly the context of what's being said here, even if you cut it. I can tell at least. I've heard plenty of people on the left speak.
I'm only gonna get worse.
Yeah, that's not cyberbullying though.
You are scared of me. You are worried about me.
True.
And you should be.
Yeah, where's my video on where I'm cyberbullying someone? Oh yeah, it doesn't exist, you silly billies on YouTube. Like, it's like, we took your content down for, you know, harassment, cyberbullying, hate speech, whatever. Okay, what did I say? I don't know. You said it, though. I mean, you said it. We're not going to tell you when you said it or what you said, but you said it. Yeah, I mean, if they don't tell you, then it is.
That's true. YouTube does suck about not telling you what you did wrong. Like, YouTube will hit you with a strike falsely. It happens all the time. It's happened to me dozens of times where I've been hit with a false strike. In some cases, even with YouTube claiming I engaged in hate speech, of all things. And I will request a review, and YouTube will double down on the false strike like 10 times. And then on the 12th or 13th or 14th attempt to get YouTube to double check, or I should say 15th time check, they'll say, oh yeah, we came to the conclusion this strike was false. We've reinstated your video and removed the penalty from your channel. This has happened no less than 10 times to my YouTube channel. And of course, in all those 10 times where I was falsely striked and YouTube would, after many times of saying, no, we know what we're doing, we meant to strike you, they would eventually say they were wrong and admit it. I would never find out what specifically I said or did, or even a timestamp in the video for what I said or did that was why I was getting striked, or my video had been taken down. Even if it was a temporary, ordeal, they don't even come close to telling you. They'll refuse to tell you. Like, they won't do it. YouTube's got this sick little game they like to play where it's like you're instantly fucked and you lose the game being your career, if you break the rules, but you're also cheating and not allowed, like, if you know what the rules are. You're not allowed to know the rules. That's cheating. But if you break them, it's over. Regardless, though, this is literally a completely different situation than that, of course. We know that Synthetic Man was probably striked for anything ranging from harassment and hate and cyberbullying to hate speech. Any number of those things could have been what got him. The YouTube algorithm isn't very... YouTube's moderation algorithm isn't very robust in the sense that, like, if they strike you, they don't strike you for multiple things on one video. They strike you for whatever the needle lands on. And if you request a repeal and they re-review it, they might change the strike reason. If they struck the video for multiple reasons, they might cycle through those reasons. So it might not even be due to cyberbullying. That was just considered to be an ancillary factor there. It could have been a hate speech strike for all we know, because YouTube is just that poor with communication about like what you're in trouble for. And in this case, he's in trouble for something he did, but a lot of YouTubers just get false striked all the time. I've had everyone removed from my channel because all of them were false. And YouTube said as much after many, many doubling downs.
Is just censorship then. Yeah, I mean, legitimately. You could say
It's
all of
just
my streams
censorship.
have hate speech in them. Like, basically, if you stretch the definition of hate speech, probably every stream I've done the past year is hate speech in. Basically every single one.
YouTube recently flagged one of the Smudcasts for hate speech. This is from episode 153, titled Items in Open World Games Are Boring. It was made on December 27th, 2020. YouTube then had me do a 7-step questionnaire about hate speech, which was very odd, and I have a feeling YouTube doesn't really know what hate speech is. Apparently, if you think people in your opposing political party should be removed from society, that's okay, because that's not a protected group. Does YouTube honestly think kicking people out of society for having differing political views is fine?
It really is just this, like, you have to be retarded or just so ignorant to fall for this stuff. Like, that's what's so scary. It's why the Republicans' main goal is to destroy the education system in this country. They need retards being, like, in the population to fall for this stuff. Like, YouTube thinks it's hate speech to say the N-word, but they don't consider it hate speech to think that Nazis, because you know what they're referring to when they say people who disagree politically. The person, what the person he's probably paraphrasing or strawmanning right now on the left said was that Nazis should be excised from society and banished from it socially. And he is trying, he of course won't say exactly that like this lefty thinks Nazis should be banished from society. So they frame it as, so it's not hate speech to think certain people should be kicked out of society because of their political beliefs. And of course, obviously, there's so many levels to why this is a stupid argument. Your political beliefs are not an immutable trait that you're born with and can't change. Your political beliefs are not a thing that don't affect anybody, like your identity. In terms of what demographic you fall into, like that you're being black doesn't hurt the people around you, but being a Nazi can hurt the people around you, which is why being bigoted towards Nazis, bigoted quote unquote, is very different than being bigoted towards black people or Asian people or people of a certain race or gay people or whatever, like people who are part of a group where they were born that way and can't change that. Even trans people whose whole thing is that they can't change that they're trans. Kicked out of society, no, but your probability is going to end up, but you're probably going to end up ostracized. Yeah, but I mean, the argument that he's strawmanning right now is that Nazis should be ostracized from society. He's just strawmanning it.
Fine. If that's not hate speech, then what kind of discrimination would you call that?
Yes, all praise be to Baphomet. In the long run, this kind of content curation that YouTube has going is not sustainable, and I predict the platform is going to start running into more and more problems down the road when these kinds of biases become more and more apparent. But I...
Really? Really? You think that these are the people who are celebrating Elon Musk's buying of Twitter and think everything is going fine with Twitter, and they think that YouTube is in trouble in terms of the content on their platform? Like, it's also this weird framing of, like, we're the winning side, the right, and thus, because we are the winning side, disagreeing with us makes you the losing side, and the losing side is always wrong. Does anyone disagree with my assessment of their line of logic? They falsely claim that their side is winning culturally, right? And they claim that if their side is winning culturally, then that must mean that they're the correct side, because the good always wins. MAGA won, sadly, therefore they want to attack. I mean, they won the election, but you got to keep in mind, Donald Trump got, like, what, 30% of the U.S. population's votes? Still a very loud minority. And you know that all those people who voted for Trump they weren't like loud and proud MAGA types. They just threw their ballot for Trump out of preference over Kamala. 48%? No. Like, of the total U.S. population, the turnout total isn't high enough for 48% of America to have voted for Trump. So yeah, like, you got to remember, of the MAGA types, it's still very much like, it's still very much a small of the electorate, yeah, but not of the total population of the... Okay, the point that I'm trying to get across to you, it was less than 30%, yeah, less than 30%. Like, the crazy MAGA types are less than 100% of 30% of the country, are significantly less than 100% of 30% of the country. So when these people claim that they're winning culturally, they're really not. They find ways to sanity wash themselves for the normies that then sway enough to get their guy elected. They did it in 2016, and they did it this time again. But you got to remember, more people came out to vote against Trump than any candidate ever in history in 2020 when Biden won. Of course, they have to cope about that and claim that the election was faked and rigged and the votes aren't real. But that's because they cannot engage with the reality, and which evidence shows that they're not the popular side, because a lot of their arguments are just appeals to popularity, trying to get people to feel like they're gonna have FOMO if they don't get on board with this movement of going against the left and fighting the woke and worshiping Trump.
We'll reserve talking in depth about that in another video. This video, however, largely concerns the YouTube channel Synthetic Man. And so in talking about Synthetic Man, allow me to make a proper introduction. So the mark of a true artist is within his ability. Allow me to make a...
The Chudcast. Oh. You deserve what you tolerate. Oh my god. I forgot how cringe this guy's stuff is.
Proper introduction. So the mark of a true artist is within...
Wait, hold on. Oh, we're catching up with them. Oh, shit. We're catching up. Damn, it's kind of crazy being 100k subs now. Took a long-ass time, but god damn. We might start to surpass some of these awful chuds in the coming months. It's looking possible.
Big man, allow me to make a proper introduction. So the mark of a true artist is within his ability to create an image which encapsulates a significant number of ideas all at the same time. As an example, we have the artist known as Stone Toss. And here we have this image, a pink-haired character who represents the progressive left. Stone Toss, significant number of ideas all at the same time.
Wait, what's his point that he's getting at here?
Allow me to make a proper introduction. So the mark of a true artist is within his ability to create an image which encapsulates a significant number of ideas all at the same time.
The true mark of an artist is being able to make a piece that encapsulates a numerous amount of ideas at the same time. And then he uses Stone Toss as an example, who is, of course, a Nazi. Let's take a look.
As an example, we have the artist known as Stone Toss. And here we have this image. A pink-haired character who represents the progressive left is confronting a man wearing the Southern Cross on his ball cap. Why do you hate black people, asks the leftist. And in response, the man with the hat announces, I am racist, to a black woman nearby, leaving her initially shocked. However, as we can see in the final panel, she blushes, clearly infatuated with this display. And here I'll endeavor to explain why the idea this cartoon conveys also tells you everything you need to know about the appeal of the YouTuber Synthetic Man. You see, today we live amidst a sea of performative activism. Performative being the key word there. In a world where it is becoming increasingly difficult to draw the attention of the masses and influence them as one wills, various activists are incentivized to become more and more performative, all as a means of staying relevant and maintaining their influence.
I like how he's just showing Hassan here the whole time. Yeah, I really do think that Hassan, with how awful he is, does give the right a lot of ammo, because if they ever want to make the claim, like, the left are just a bunch of performative, hollow, dishonest, so-and-so, like, go down the list, like, every negative stereotype about the left is true of Hassan, down to the hating America, being pro-terrorism, extremely dishonest reporting. He misreports all the time. He covers breaking news and just spreads misinformation because he doesn't have a very high standard for truth when he covers this breaking news. So yeah, it really does suck that, like, if they want to make this claim, and of course Hassan is, like, a professional virtue signaler as well. It does kind of suck that Hassan kind of fits all those stereotypes, right? So I think the point he's trying to make here is that the left virtue signal not being racist, and that in real life, black people, or I guess black women, find racist white guys attractive. And that the left is just so out of touch that they think that black people hate racist white people, when in reality they want to fuck racist white people, just a show of how out of touch they're... Meanwhile, this is a fictional scenario made up by a white Nazi. A white Nazi making up a scenario and drawing it about black women being attracted to his racism. They create this fiction for themselves. And they talk about how the left is out of touch because they don't agree to live in the fantasy world they've created. God, never seen a video that's so glazy. Ew, please put a T-slur warning next time, please. That is the top comment, is ew, please put a T-slur warning next time, please. Because they were triggered by the appearance of a trans person in the video. Dead domain is proof of spiteful mutant theories, the second top comment. He kicked the hornet's nest, and now normal people have more confidence have had more confidence they've had in years. I appreciate his existence. You don't scare me, quote unquote, as he forgets that he is and this is just misgendering, yeah. Remember Synthetic Man went into his stream for 5 seconds and started spamming, if you think we're gonna stop ruining the things you love, LMFAO. Yeah, it's just a lot of transphobia in the comments, honestly. I don't even want to read the comments because so many of them are just transphobia. I wonder if they even know what a slur means. They'd know. I think a lot of them know, because we are dealing with people who are like really far right. Jordan is non-binary. I don't even think like Dead Domain goes by like she, her, or he, him pronouns, right? Like they, them, right? So that they're not even they're trying so hard to be transphobic that they're not really good at it, but you know, it happens. They're trained to react. They don't have enough time to think long enough to come up with an accurate own, you know? Like that's what's also kind of frustrating about these people, is that they're trained to see or hear something that triggers them and then to react, and their responses are always so poorly thought out, because you know that they just like very quickly it popped to mind, and they didn't think about it for a second, and they never have. But the fact that it's so wrong is kind of it's kind of like a bonus for them. It kind of makes their arguments more effective in the sense that it triggers the left from its like confident statement of being, you know, a wrong confident statement, while also reaching a lot of people and coming off as like reasonable. I don't know, man. I guess that's why people fall for this stuff. If you guys were wondering like how do people fall for this kind of stuff, I feel like this is one of the best showcases of why people dick ride these absolute losers. They see them as like actual heroes or artists or talented individuals, even when they're blatantly like just massive talentless losers. They see them as heroes, god kings even. Really is depressing stuff and low-key kind of gay, but you know, it's not my business, I suppose. They think they're gods? Yeah, they do. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, if you found it enjoyable, entertaining, or perhaps even educational, then please consider leaving a like and a comment. Every single thumbs up and comment goes a real long way to push my content in the algorithm and get it in front of more people, so I really do appreciate it. Every single one of you who goes out of your way to do that, it really, really means a lot. And of course, if you haven't already, subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video on my channel. And of course, if you haven't already, consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description. You can follow my Social Blade, my what's it called? My Discord, my Blue Sky. I highly recommend you follow me there. That's where I'm most active, but I also have an Instagram and a Twitter where I'm less active. Hope to see you guys around there. And of course, finally, if you want to support me directly, financially, you can afford it, and you want to help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall Studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, gifting a sub on my website, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. Regardless of how you support me, though, thank you so much for watching as always, and have a good one. Boom. I hope you guys liked that segment. It came out pretty darn good. At least I feel like it did. Good, Seggy. Oh, I just got a shadow gem drop. Is that useful for anything? Yeah, late game, I think enchanters use them. And then, I know for a fact that blacksmiths use them. Any gems that you get from chests, mob drops, or most commonly from mining are very useful. Especially the higher level the node you get them from. You're going to start getting things like moonstones and citrines and just higher level gems in general. Hold on to those in your bank, ideally, because later on when people want to level their professions in the guild, we don't want to have to spend a ton of gold to buy the resources, or too much time to collect them. So having already collected a bunch of stuff, and it's like, hey, I'm a tailor. Does anyone have a bunch of cloth they can send me for leveling my tailoring? We should all have a bunch of cloth stowed away to send them, so they can get their tailoring a long way along, right? A big part of running a guild is making sure that everyone is helping and supporting everyone else, especially as we get into the later game and things stop being easier and things start to take a little bit more resources and work. Having help makes it I mean, it makes it go from feeling impossible to downright doable. I'm picking up a lot of cloth. Ask if anyone in the guild is a tailor in the Discord. And if they are, then they'll probably appreciate it if you send them all your cloth. Like, ask around in the Discord. Like, if you get a lot of a resource that you have no use for, ask around if anyone has a use for it, or is a profession that needs it, and maybe they can be your place to funnel it all off too, and you can just mail it to them. Because we want all of our guild mates to have their professions maxed out. That's best for all of us. I just want the Netherlord Accursed Wrathsteed mount. That's the mount from WoW I care about the most. Nice. I've got to sell whatever I find. I'm a brokey. True. Gotta make that gold. I regret that I don't much enjoy WoW. Have tried, but I think the initiative to give your community stuff like this to jump in on is really cool. Might I ask if it was modern WoW or classic WoW? Because just so you know, we're playing classic WoW, which is a different game from modern WoW. Like, literally not the same game. I'm a leatherworker in Skinner. Skinning is super easy to max, but not sure about leatherworking, as doing it feels like I'm just losing money. Oh yeah, leatherworking will take a while. Well, the crafting professions, you won't start to make money on them until you're like 250 and above in that profession, if it's a crafting profession. Crafting professions are money sinks until they're maxed out. Hell yeah. Would love to see some people join the Discord for the WoW Guild. If anyone is interested, I would absolutely love to see more people consider joining. I'll actually drop the link. Oh, fucking streamer mode. I knew it, Discord, you fucking assholes. Enabling that shit every time. There we go. There is the link to the Discord server for my World of Warcraft Classic Guild. If any of you guys want to join, then go ahead and consider clicking that link and join the Discord for my guild. It's quite cool. We got a lot of members so far. We're actually growing quite fast. I would love to see more people join. My shaman is herbalism and alchemy, but I feel like I gotta find a good add-on for finding herbs. I got one word for you. One word that's actually two words combined in the name of the add-on. It's called Handy Notes. You're welcome. What you're looking for is an add-on called Handy Notes. I'll check it out. Hell yeah, you do that. That's how I farmed possibly thousands of fell iron and made like insane amounts of fell steel to make gold early in the Burning Crusade when that came out for Classic. I used the Handy Notes hat on, rode around on my mount, just in circles around Nagrand, just getting so many nodes. I have a Goblin Warlock, lol. Well, that's modern WoW then. We're playing classic vanilla. You mentioned add-ons made me have a flashback to the video Why It's Rude to Suck at World of Warcraft. That is a good video. It gets to the bottom of like a lot of the culture of the game. Yeah, like when you get into the pugging content, like when you're running stuff with like other players that are not your guild, if you're bad at the game, you like basically create a cap of performance for everyone else if you're really bad at the game and you're not like just a DPS. But even then, like there are bosses that if they kill a teammate, the boss gets stronger. And so if you got a really bad player who doesn't know to say like stymie their DPS so that the tank can retain aggro, they might steal aggro, get killed by the boss in a few hits because they're a glass cannon DPS. The boss gets stronger and then can kill the tank because the healer can't keep up. So one bad player sometimes can be all it takes to reset an entire fight and lose 39 other people the entire battle. And, you know, it's quite rude to do something like that because everyone there is generally under the assumption that you know what you're doing and that everyone's going in. We all want to get in and get out, get our loot, and not be here all day. So yeah. Classic is just too stressful for me. I mean, if you find classic rating stressful, then you'll find any MMO too stressful. MMOs are just not for you if you find classic too stressful. What's a good build for a new player? If you're a new player and you're not confident in yourself, Priest is honestly a pretty strong leveling class, but you won't be a good DPS until Burning Crusade, and you'll find yourself begged to be a healer pretty often. So I would recommend Rogue, Mage, or Priest. If you want to, Rogue, Mage, or Priest would be the 3 I'd recommend if you're a new player. Rogue, if you like swinging swords or stabbing with knives, and that's what appeals to you. Mage, if you want to be like a magic user, and you don't want learning to be too complicated and too difficult. And Priest, if you want the ability to be a healer, but you also want a relatively smooth leveling experience too. Those are the 3, I would say, easiest to level classes in Classic. I've always played healer anyway, sorry. That's just my shit for some reason. Hell yeah. I'm glad you like it. Here, as a matter of fact, that Hurricane guy animated the raid that our guild is currently, or at least me and Ethan, who are the leaders of the guild, are currently, like, building up towards. Like, it's the thing that, obviously, we're trying to get Scarab Lord. And to do that, or once you have, or we get Scarab Lord, this raid will unlock on Courage. Yeah, here it is. That Hurricane dude made an animated, like, trailer for the raid on Courage. This is the raid that unlocks when the Scarab Lord questline has been completed. And so after I get the Scarab Lord mount, this is the raid that we'll be doing. I'm so excited. I haven't raided in Classic. And this raid looks particularly fun as far as Classic raids go. The bosses have neat mechanics. I'm running healer. Nice.
Your courage will fail.
It's wild that just one dude makes these.
Will explode.
A symphony of terror is about to begin.
Get inside, quickly!
I'm gonna have the mount.
Retribution is at hand.
Azeroth will burn.
I wonder how people in the guild are gonna feel when we've just finished killing thousands and thousands and thousands of bugs for the Scarab Lord questline, and then the Encourage raid is unlocked. It's like, alright everyone, who's ready to go kill some more bugs, but bigger ones this time, who drop better loot? We just finished killing thousands of bugs, time to go kill more bugs!
I sentence you to death.
Hell yeah. How can we get the Scarab Lord mount? It is the hardest achievement in WoW's history, by far. By far the hardest achievement in WoW's history. More likely than not, if anyone in our guild gets Scarab Lord, it will only be 1 or 2 people. And so, we'll see. Because every single person who gets Scarab Lord needs the whole guild grinding just to get them to Scarab Lord. So we not only need enough people to agree to help another person get Scarab Lord just for anyone in the guild to get it, but then if we want multiple people to get it, we need everyone to be willing to do multiple Scarab Lord grinds. It's not just doing the big grind once, it's doing the big grind for every person who wants to get Scarab Lord. And Ethan really wants it, and I really want it. So that's at least 2 Scarab Lords. That's 2 Scarab Lord grinds that require at least a guild support. A guild support for both grinds. And then, like, outside of the bug part of the grind, you need a guild support for several of the quest steps, too. Like running a raid or 2 as well as part of the quest lines. So it's like, it's a lot. It's a lot. Hardest achievement in WoW's history is to lose virginity. Honestly, though, I've already achieved that one. So I gotta get number 2. Once I get into WoW, I want to be a Scarab Lord. Sadly, Remrad, if you don't get into it soon, you'll have missed your chance. The reason why Scarab Lord is so special is it's only a 10-minute window where people can get it, and then after that, you can never ever get it again. It's over. At least on our server that we'll be playing on. So make sure you get into the game soon, because it's a timed thing. What? Yeah, Remrad. That's insane? Yeah, that's why it's special. Is after the deadline, no one can become Scarab Lord. Once the war event starts, how long do I have? Here. Just so people in chat understand.
Will they
This video does not get across how grueling the grind is, by the way, but it tells you the steps.
So, you want to be a Scarab Lord, huh?
Are you serious?
For those uninformed, a Scarab Lord means you're one of the few people on your server to bang the gong to open up the gates to Encourage for your whole server. The process of getting the scepter is a long, complicated quest chain that needs a whole guild to support you.
The Scarab Lords are the people who hit the gong and open the raid for the entire server. It's a live event that if you are not able to finish before the event ends, you do not get to be Scarab Lord. And it is so hard and requires so many people helping you just to achieve it. One person to achieve it needs like 39 other people helping the minimum, that very few people ever get Scarab Lord. And usually guilds will just say, here is our one person. This is the person who got lucky. Like maybe they roll dice or like pull straws. Whoever gets lucky gets to be the Scarab Lord target, as they would say. And the entire guild grinds to get that one person to Scarab Lord just so the guild can say, we have a Scarab Lord. Because the idea of getting a bunch of people or multiple people Scarab Lord is insane. But we want to try it. We want to fucking try.
Look, I get it. You want the unique mount, you want to be famous on your server, but let's see what it really takes to be a scepter bearer. First, you have to talk to this night elf, and he'll tell you to go find a dragon. Okay, that's simple enough. And then you're sent to BWL to kill Broodlord Lashlayer and loot his head. Yeah, it's simple too. And now you get a quest to loot 200 Silithid pieces, and each elite mob drops 1 to 4 of them. Okay, not that hard, but it could be worse. But it does get worse. Do it again, and again, and again, until you've looted thousands of Silithid pieces, and you get neutral with the Brood of Nosdormu. Fortunately, each time you turn in pieces, you get a proxy of Nosdormu, and you can use it on a friend, and they can loot some bug parts as well. So the more friends you have, the faster this part of the quest chain will be. After your grind fest, you'll move on to the next part, which has you clicking on a crystal, so you can see the history behind the gates of Encourage.
This part's unimportant.
This is hours to clear 5 the simplest. Talk to Vale and BWL, and he'll tell you you need to kill Nefarian in 5 hours or less to loot the red crystal. And this is pretty easy. Taking 5 hours to clear 1 raid should not take you that long unless you suck. If you do suck though and fail to kill Nefarian in 5 hours or less, there will be a letter on his corpse, and the gist of it reads,
Hey, what's up, bitch? You failed to kill me in like 5 hours or less, so f you. I broke your red crystal. Have fun looting.
That's real, by the way. If you fail it, there's a letter on his corpse that says, enjoy the Nemesis and Storm Rage armaments that you may find in my treasure trove. Believe me when I tell you this, I take great pleasure in knowing that I did what my father could not. Sincerely, Lord Victor Nefarious Nefarian. Basically, in reference, the knowing that I did what my father could not is destroying the red crystal that you're trying to get from him. So he leaves a letter telling you, like gloating over destroying the crystal if you don't get it in time by killing him. And that, it's a pain in the ass to run the raid again because you have to wait a week. If you don't get it, if you fail this, there's a good chance you fail the entire quest line because raid lockout mechanic. So this is basically you having, at this point in the raid, maybe days, or not in the raid, in the grind, days into the grind, there's a chance that you totally fail it and lose your opportunity to finish it. And you get this troll letter from Nefarian if you do.
The Warlock and Druid gear that you won't find any use for. See you later, nerd. Signed, Nefarian.
Hopefully you did get the red crystal though, so now we can move on and get the green one. Go into the Sunken Temple, and at the last boss, Malfurion will be standing there telling you, hey, don't kill this dragon, go talk to this wisp and Teldrassil instead so we can learn how to cleanse him. The wisp will tell you to talk to Keeper Remulos in Moonglade. Now you need to collect 4 fragments at the 4 Emerald Dream portals. There's one in Ashenvale, Fairless, and Hinterlands, and for each of these zones you're gonna have to kill some elite dragonkin, and the shards have a 5% chance of dropping.
In Duskwood, you'll need to get 39 other people together and kill a satyr for the last fragment. Go back to Remulos with your 39 friends, and Remulos will summon Aranicus and a bunch of spooky ghosts. Defend Remulos, kill the ghosts, but don't kill Aranicus until Tyrande arrives to cleanse him. Where the hell is Tyrande? I don't know! My arm, I can't find my arm! I still don't have me bloody legs! Run for your life! I'll come here!
I love the little bits in this, but back to the memes.
Is the most complicated one. Go to Ashara and talk to Azurgos. Hey, so I'm sure you just got the blue shard and you can just, like, give it to me, right?
Yeah, about that. I kinda gave it to a fish, and, I don't know where he is.
What?
Yeah, so, here's some instructions on how to summon the fish, but it's, in a different language. I do know of a gnome, though, that can transcribe it for you in Tenaris. Good luck.
In order for Narain Soothfancy to transcribe the instructions, he needs 3 items. Goggles, Draconic for Dummies, and a 500-pound chicken, for some reason. We'll start with getting the chicken. A Goblin and Gadgetzan will tell you to go over to Fairless to kill Lord Cameron, who requires a group of around 8 people or so, and you'll also need to get some tenderloins from the surrounding mobs. Take it back to the Goblin and he'll ask for a bunch of rocket fuel and deep rock salt. The silver lining for this quest is you do get the recipe for Dirge's Kickin' Chimera Chops, which is a great consumable you can sell on the auction house if you have a high enough cooking to craft it. Next, let's get the goggles. Go to the Grey Main Wall with all these refugees just hanging out. You even got this weaponsmith over here with some cool glasses. I wonder where he got... Oh.
Aw.
Okay, where is this son of a...
Hey!
Hey, why are you in a box? Look, it's kind of a long story. Okay, well, can I just please have the goggles?
Yeah, about that. I kinda just left them in the Molten Core.
Another raid.
Now run Molten Core and pray the goggles drop because they have a super low drop chance.
This part is literally like, I think this is the part where I'm going to fail the Scarab Lord grind. Legit. I'm gonna go ahead and ban you, K-Doge. Get that sass out of my stream. And my community. I think that this, when I do the Scarab Lord questline, this is where I'm going to fail it. The fact that these scrying goggles have such a low drop chance, and you need them to continue and finish the questline and get Scarab Lord, I feel like there's no way I get these scrying goggles. I feel like there's no fucking way. Is there like a method to guaranteed get it? How to get scrying goggles classic WoW. Because this is the part of the grind I'm the most scared of. Like, I almost don't want to undertake this if it's so likely that this part of the grind fails me out. Yeah, with my luck, I wouldn't get it in 1,000 raids. Like, I need some level of assurance that there's a guaranteed method to get it. Drop from any trash mob in the Molten Core. Though it is a quest item, it is not group loot. Only one player may loot the goggles each time it drops. Oh, okay, so it's like, if it drops for you, it drops just for you. Oh, no, actually, no. So it only drops in a way where people doing the quests, only one person can loot it. Yeah, so there's only one that'll drop at a time, most likely. Wait, is there not a comment section for this? What if I look at the comments? For anyone on this step, the way quest items work in Classic is if you have a quest item on a mob that isn't yours to loot, the only way to see it is if that player first loots the corpse. If they don't, you can miss the item entirely. With how low the drop rate is on these goggles and how often people just don't loot things in raids, you can use the following scripts to help. This sets your raid group's loot threshold to include whites, allowing you to see and roll on the quest item the moment it drops. If you're the only person on the quest line, the roll panel will only appear for you. Interesting. Hmm. Someone draws so you can get the scepter shard that was entrusted to Azure Ghost. In other words, this is part of the opening on Courage Gates. I've only seen more than one instance. This run didn't drop once. 2 runs, still nothing. Getting aggravated. 4 runs and still not a single drop. Damn. Yeah, so there's just a chance you get totally fucked. Ugh. We'll see how it goes. Gotta hope no one else in your clan, you mean my guild, thinks they deserve it more than you. Well, it's a quest item that you have to be on the quest to loot. So, if they just, like, ninja loot it, they're out of the guild forever. And their reputation on the server will be ruined forever. So, even if they could grief me, they wouldn't be able to. But even if they could, like, they would just be kicked from the guild forever, and their reputation would be ruined on the server. They would never be able to get into another raid. They would have wasted all their time leveling to 60 because they'd never get into another party. Alrighty. Back to the memes. So yeah, as you can tell, it's quite the grind. It's a little bit of work. How many people do you want to run this grind for in the guild? However many people are willing to, or like want Scarab Lord. I want it and Ethan wants it, so that's at least 2 people, but like, if you want to get Scarab Lord, you have to be willing to do the Scarab Lord grind at least 3 times. Because we're going to have a way of figuring out what the priority is for who gets Scarab Lord first. It's probably going to be merit-based, where based on how active you are in the guild determines how likely you are to be higher on the list. And at this rate, it would... Listen, I know it sounds crazy, but it would probably be me. I have the highest level character in the guild. I have the most time logged out of everyone in the guild. I've been giving people gold to get their stuff leveled up and to get their mounts and to like do all that shit. I've been farming gold for people. I've been teaching people the game. Like, I would actually argue that so far, out of pure merit, I have earned my place currently at the top of that priority list for Scarab Lord. Could switch around though. I could very much get dropped if we bring in more people and they end up just excelling at this and they quickly mog me in terms of usefulness and merit. It's not my guild, actually, Remrad. It's actually Ethan's guild. I want to see the live reaction of who gets Scarab Lord. Let's hope we do. There's a chance none of us do. Our luck could be god-awful. Who knows? Alright. Let's get to our next topic, shall we? Ooh, YouTube and Google are doing their thing today. Here we go. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh my god, guys. There have been some insane updates to the Nick Fuentes Your Body, My Choice story. To give a very brief recap, Nick Fuentes, most prominent neo-Nazi in the world of internet content creation. He's radicalized a ton of young men, in particular to the incel movement, to believing that Jews control the world and need to be exterminated, that kind of stuff, right? That's what he stands for. Now, he's very popular in his niche, and after Donald Trump won, he did what he generally does, which is try to think of the worst and most offensive thing that he could possibly say to upset a given minority group. In this case, he did sort of like a looking at the camera and gloating message at all women in America after Trump's win. That it was, in fact, all about controlling their bodies, and that it is now their body, or your body, my choice, is what he says to them. Forever. And he does it with this like very smug smile, very like teasingly, very much like, obviously the threat is rape, right? And so, obviously women were not happy about this. The video goes viral, and shortly after, Nick Fuentes gets doxxed. A woman ends up knocking on his door. This is caught on video from her end. Knocks on his door, and Nick opens the door, and in the same motion, pepper sprays the woman. She, of course, like, falls backwards because she just got pepper sprayed, and falls down a couple of steps because he's got, like, a bit of a raised porch. So she falls down some stairs. There's, like, 2 or 3 steps, but, you know, they're concrete. It's not good to fall like that after getting pepper sprayed. And he then takes her phone with his foot and, like, kicks it inside of his house. That's the video that we had. Now, a couple days ago, the body cam footage of shortly after that, when the police were then called to Nick Fuentes' house and he was arrested, have released. But that's not the end of the story. We are about to watch this arrest body cam footage, and it is going to be hilarious. Do not get me wrong. But the story gets even fucking deeper, dude. Today, a new headline hit. The police were called to Nick Fuentes' street as an armed man who knocked on multiple doors, including Nick's door, armed with a gun, a crossbow, wearing a hoodie and a mask, like full on there with his murder gear, was waiting outside of Nick's house, knocking on his door, saying, "Yo, Nick," like definitely there to fucking kill him. He calls the police arrive, the guy runs through Nick Fuentes' backyard, jumps a fence, runs into a neighbor's house, shoots and kills 2 dogs, and the police then manage to break into that, or get into that house, and shoot and kill the suspect, who is now obviously suspected of attempted murder against Nick Fuentes. This is today's news. Someone straight up went to Nick Fuentes' house, armed, and trying to kill him. Here, actually, I think he actually posted a video, a Ring doorbell video on Twitter. Yeah, here it is. This is a tweet from Nick Fuentes today. "The killer parked his car in front of my house and approached my door with his pistol drawn and what appears to be a crossbow. I was live streaming at the time. He rings the doorbell, tries the doorknob, and yells, 'Yo, Nick.'" Oh, he's wearing a bike helmet, not a hoodie. I'm sorry, I misremembered. This is the clip from Nick Fuentes' doorbell camera. Oh, wait, dogs were hurt? Yeah, this guy's a piece of shit. He shot and killed 2 dogs. Very, very much a piece of shit. Not the casualties that you want to hear from any story. Are dog casualties. The most innocent and lovable creatures there are. He shot Nick's neighbor's dogs because he was, like, running through their house. I will say, the Stranglethorn Veil music, while this guy waits and lurks for Nick Fuentes to open his door while armed, is actually quite fitting. That is the Stranglethorn Veil experience, after all. Apparently the video continues. It's just big chillin'. He's got his, I didn't take a very close look at the pistol. I don't know what it is. Looks like it might be a Beretta. It's really hard to tell. Just chilling. I love how politely he's standing there. He's holding the gun so politely, you know? He's holding the gun like Girl Scouts hold boxes of Girl Scout cookies while waiting for someone to open their door. Snow Beretta? I can't tell. The video's too fucking... Neither can you, to be fair, Volker. How could you tell what gun that is? How can you tell what gun that's not? Maybe you looked at it closer when it was closer to the camera, to be fair. I wasn't paying attention to it. Yo, Nick! Yo, Nick! Are people partying across the street? What's going on? So yeah, this guy then proceeded to, like, get into a full-on shootout with the police across the street, or, like, down the block, when the police got called over. It was a pretty wild turn of events. So that's today's news. Pretty fucking crazy. But on top of that, on top of the literal actual attempted murder of Nick Fuentes, we also have the body cam footage that has come out of Nick Fuentes having the cops called on him shortly after he pepper sprayed that woman. I'm going to speed up the video a little bit because it is a little long, but let's go ahead and take a look at this because I know you guys have been hoping to see this for a while. No, Nick Fuentes did not die. Let's take a look at this arrest footage.
Hello. Oh, it doesn't matter. You can say out.
So for a little background, this is the cop arriving like maybe 20 minutes after Nick Fuentes pepper sprayed that lady.
Okay.
Were you the one that got pushed? No, this is a woman standing out there. I'm sorry, I'm shaking so hard. She was right in front of his house.
Oh, you weren't involved?
I saw the whole thing, and I would be more than happy to explain to you exactly what happened. And I tried to film it.
So she's up there right now?
Yeah, she is.
How does she look?
She's probably like my age. I think she has curly brown with gray hair. She's got some gloves. She's white, I would guess. Yeah, she's just right out there. I tried to get her to come with me.
You have an ID just so I could get your permission real quick before I leave? So what happened?
So, I was pulling, I'll just be completely honest with you. He's the white supremacist that coined the phrase, your body, my choice. So he is evil against women. And so as I pulled up, going past...
I've seen some clips of this arrest footage, and I will say, these two women come off as, like, kind of unhinged, I feel like. But then Nick Fuentes, man, the way he interacts with these cops is not... It doesn't seem smart. That's what I'll tell you. Let's just watch.
How do you know him?
It's all over the internet, and I'm just...
Oh.
I drove by because I'm ridiculous.
It's a post that he made?
No, everybody's outing him because he's a white supremacist. And
what's your phone number?
Well, it is a post that he made. That went viral. He did make that as a post. It's not necessarily that he got outed as believing that about women. He actually very much wanted to get attention for it. I don't think he wanted this much attention, though. That's what's really funny about this whole situation at the end of the day. Nick said that so that he could inspire, like, strike fear in the hearts of women after the election results, and now there's a good chance that he cannot sleep in his own home. Like, there's a good chance that he's, like, falling apart mentally right now, especially after there's been an actual attempt on his life at his home. Like, at this point, all he can do is either move or just go insane, worried that someone's going to come get him at any moment, because they know where he lives and someone has tried.
So,
here, the part that you guys definitely want to see is where I'm going to skip to. Here we go. I'm going to skip to where you want to see. It's when he questions... First, he questions the lady who witnessed it, and then he questions the lady who was pepper sprayed, right? That's what this first part of the video is. Now, you've got two people who corroborate each other's story that she has knocked on the door. Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist. They walked up to the door. She caught it on video as well of him pepper spraying her and her falling down. And she didn't do anything violent towards him. And so now, it's just Nick Fuentes' word against at least two people. Not a great situation for Nick.
In front of that ABT sign, sidewalk.
Okay,
area.
on the floor.
Yes.
And then you got back up.
Yeah, and he had taken my phone. Yeah.
All right, kind of got your story. Please, just do me a favor, just stand over here. I'm going to get inside, and then I'll give you a report number as soon as the ambulance is going to pull up now.
Okay.
You can hear them. They're going to check your eyes. You can sign a medical refusal, and then you don't have to go with them, but I do want them to check your eyes out, okay? Give me a second. Okay, so I'm getting a couple things about... Can we do it here, man? I don't want to do all the way to the back.
She's gonna...
Well, I'm telling you, let's do it here.
Let's do it here.
Come on, man. I don't want to...
Why?
Huh? I don't want to argue with you.
I want to go in the backyard where she can't have a line of sight from.
Well, she's not even filming.
No, but she could. So
Nick, I'm trying to
just go to the backyard.
Nick, is your Nick? Is your name Nick?
Yes.
Okay, Nick. I'm trying to get your side of the story, and by you acting like this, it's not helping, man.
So yeah, like I said, the way he acts with the cops in this video doesn't seem smart to me.
Got two sides, two stories, and I'm trying to just kind of find the middle ground.
Well, let me take your card, as I'm not doing an interview.
Is this in America? I didn't know America had bricks. Yeah, there are tons of brick houses in America. Brick buildings all over the place. Well, I mean, like, less so now, like, being built, but the old buildings are made of brick. Like, the old nice buildings that are sturdy and well-made and don't get termites or water damage are made of brick like this.
What I'm going to tell you is this.
Well, I heard they're targeting your house.
Yes. I've been
about
harassed
social
for the past
media.
4 days.
Okay, and what is that about?
I posted a joke on the internet. I'm a live streamer.
You're like a YouTube channel? or
East
something?
Yeah.
You're saying you're a white supremacist?
I'm not white supremacist. I'm Mexican. My last name's Fuentes.
I know.
I'm not a white supremacist. I'm Mexican. My name is Nick Fuentes. Hey, Nick, I thought this was going to be the year of the chud. I thought that the far right is winning. Donald Trump won. You guys are in power. Why are you telling the cops that you're not a white supremacist? Why not own it? Nick Fuentes owns that he's a white supremacist online, but face-to-face with a cop in the real world where he doesn't have his crowd of little sycophants saying "based" whenever he says something racist, he cowers away from it and acts like a normal person. Kind of interesting. Yeah, white race savior, 1488. You're browner than expected.
I saw this. Okay, but I mean, you know, this 124 man.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Make one bad.
I had to.
This happens, especially right now after Trump won.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but
it's a very political thing to say.
We also live in a free country where you can speak without people showing up.
Yeah.
And trying to hurt you.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's across the street. Yeah.
She's the one on her phone?
Yeah, she's the one on her phone.
What's the story?
Apparently, well, what I'm getting is this guy over here made a bad joke online, and now people are targeting his house. This lady, as you know, she came over here, rang the doorbell. Apparently, he sprayed her with mace in the eyes and pushed her down the stairs. So she just wants to report. So like for now, I'm just gonna get his side of the story. I guess he fell into the concrete, make sure she's okay, and then her eyes, apparently she has pepper spray. Huh? No, that's what she's claiming. So I'm gonna speak to the other party here and see what happened. Yeah.
His neighbors must love the constant circus on their block, I'm sure. Yeah, after this, and now a guy coming to and shooting up the neighborhood in their attempt to take out Nick Fuentes, like a full-on gunfight, cross-neighborhood gunfight between this guy and that was trying to take out Nick and the cops. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if the neighbors want to take care of this Nick Fuentes problem at this point. Like, I don't think they want another, shootout in their neighborhood because of this guy.
Hey man, did you spray her with pepper spray?
I'm not doing an interview right now.
Huh?
All I'm going to say is I'm going to take your card, and my defense attorney get in touch with you. I'm not doing
this is a report. I'm not
going to talk.
So, as we know, Nick got booked. We've seen his mugshot and everything. Nick is under the impression here he's done nothing illegal, or it doesn't look like he's done anything illegal, and that he's going to get to go back inside and just chill out for the rest of the night. I don't think he realized... I'm pretty sure they take him away in handcuffs in this video, or at least later, because, I mean, we've seen his mugshot. They booked him.
All I'm going to say is I'm a high-profile person. I want someone stationed here. 20 people.
Do you know who I am?
I have paid security. They documented all of it. I called. They're coming tonight at 7 o'clock. Okay. I can't afford to have it 24 hours. I called earlier because somebody else was in front taking pictures of my house. Cops drove by, saw the car that I reported with the license plate, make, and model, and they didn't even stop. Okay. And the lady stood there filming my house, pointing at my house, gesturing to it. This has been going on for the past 3 days. I've been calling the police. Clearly no one's taking it seriously. You're not hurt or anything, are you? No, I'm okay.
Yeah, thank you. Look, man, to be honest, I'm trying to talk to you, get your side of the story for the whole thing. I'm not...
You're not here to help me.
Well, I'm not here to help you?
No.
I just got here. How do you know if I'm here to help you?
I know my rights. I'm not trying to fight with you, but I'm also not going to be done. I want your card.
He's being a real Karen. You're not wrong, Delancer. He really is. You know, this is his opportunity to, just say something like, they're crazy. They came to my house. I've been receiving constant threats. I felt in danger. And I engaged in non-maiming or lethal protective measures to defend my home and myself. He could probably have said that and gotten off the hook, but he's getting so cagey. It's no wonder the cops decided to arrest him. He also has 2 people corroborating each other's story, and you know, obviously he's not even willing to tell his own to make himself look better here.
Okay, look, you mind if I just say something really quick? First of all, I might have to get your information. Sure. You have to provide that because there was a crime committed.
Yes.
All right? So, second of all, from what I get, I don't care, really, I don't care what you said online. I really don't care. Whether it was left-leaning, right-leaning, in the middle, I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
To me, no. Now, I would hate if I was living here, whether I made a bad joke intentionally, whether I meant it or not, and somebody would show up to my house. That's kind of wrong, right? Can we agree on that?
Obviously, he's telling the cops that it was a joke and whatnot because he's not gonna he's so ashamed of what he did and recognizes how bad it looks. He won't be honest about it to the cops, obviously. But the cops obviously don't have any reason to believe he's lying. They seem to believe he's just some random gaming streamer who made a joke online, and now people are really mad.
I'm actually agreeing with you that people shouldn't show up to your house. But now you don't want to cooperate with me. You don't want to ask. Okay. Now, I'm trying to get whether she actually did anything to provoke you to pepper spray her and push her down the stairs. Those are bad allegations. So I'm trying to get you to story. To me, if you don't tell me anything, I'm saying you're not cooperative and they don't want to answer questions.
Here's my side story. I'm here for my life. People have been posting my address online for the past 3 days, telling me they're coming to kill me, they're coming to rape me.
To be fair, that's what Nick Fuentes threatened all those women with, you know, with that video. That's very funny. That's very fucking funny. I'm sorry. That is very funny that he's telling the cops, like, they're threatening to rape me. That is really funny considering what he threatened to do with that clip that went viral. Because that was him saying, your body, my choice. That's him threatening to rape women. That's him saying that because Trump won, he's going to be allowed to rape women because it's their body, his choice. That's what that clip means.
I have all screenshots, posting pictures showing how long it's going to take to get to my house. And I have people showing up all day. And that's my side of the story. So with her, I haven't slept for a few days. I've got nowhere to go.
Oh shit. Who said that he wasn't sleeping? With how freaked out he must be. Apparently, if he's not lying to the cops, then that's true. That's really good. That's really funny. I'm glad to know he's suffering. Makes me happy.
Okay, with her, did you push her on stage?
At 1446.
No comment on that.
No comment.
Did you pepper spray her or anything?
No comment. Could you give me your card?
I don't have a card, but let me get your ID.
You keep saying, give me your card.
You have a card? No? You don't carry cards?
Nope.
Interesting.
What's your phone number, man?
Damn, I wish they'd said his phone number.
I know,
yeah, it's no beef.
No, I don't take it personal either. But all I'm trying to say is, I wasn't taking sides. I don't take her side. I don't take your side.
I know.
I'm pretty right down the middle. Okay. So, right for now, with you not making any comments, I would have to take your side. Well, at least for now, I'm gonna go speak to her. So, you don't want to talk to me about anything I have here today. No. All right, just stay right here, please, with him. I'm gonna give you like 5 minutes, and we'll be done. I'm just gonna talk to her real quick.
Is that somebody you know? Just a random person?
He must not have been using very, like, strong pepper spray, huh? Considering, like, 20 minutes later, the lady is, like, not, like, freaking out. You know?
I'm here all weekend.
What did she say?
She's standing out there filming my house saying, this is neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, my address, my phone number. Some other lady pulls up, also to harass me.
Someone in YouTube chat came in and said, listen, I need you guys to hear these flawless arguments against my, against what I've said about Nick Fuentes, okay? Well, this is what they have to say. These are flawless arguments. The person live streaming is a blatant liar, Xanderhall. I watch Nick. He's not a white supremacist. XX Fishy Tomato XX, thank you for the input.
I said, oh, someone's already here. They're both here to harass me.
Okay. Well, here's what I'll recommend. I don't know who's right or wrong here. I don't know what your post was. I heard about it. I don't know what it is. I don't follow that. I'm old. I'm not really on social media. But what I would do, unless there's literally imminent danger, like where you're struggling to save your life type of thing, call us.
All right. Well, I did.
I'm just saying, just don't know. Because now we don't have a corroboration on your side. We seem to have a corroboration on that side, and that puts us in a dilemma. So I'm not saying you're wrong.
I just want to talk to the attorney.
Them being at your house
yeah.
makes them look bad. However, there's two versions that side, one version that side. So what I'm saying is, instead of the interaction, just call, find out why they're here, so forth.
I'm just saying, I did call.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I'm not trying to argue, but maybe you don't know. But I called an hour ago.
Well, I wasn't here. I just literally just started.
It's fine. But you're telling me to call. That's what I did.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't know that. Our shift started like 25 minutes ago.
Thanks for telling me. I called. They came. They drove right by the car that I described.
Okay.
I said it's a Volkswagen white crossover.
What was that called? I don't know what that was. What happened on
They
that
were
call?
doing the same shit.
A different person, a third person?
A third person.
Just whatever,
A third-
case in your place, whatever.
Filming me, pointing at my house, yelling.
Okay.
And look, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I called, and they drove right by the car that I
I
described.
can't answer for that.
And I'm not asking you to,
but what I
you
would
give me
say,
this advice. That's what I
but
did.
what I would say is continue to call. Hopefully, a better interaction will happen.
Okay, well, I've been calling for months now.
Okay.
It's been going on for a long time.
I would still do the same because at some point,
I love the cop giving him a hard time when Nick is, like, legally speaking in the right here on this like piece of the conversation about, like, he is receiving death threats. He is definitely afraid for his life. And the cop just doesn't have the context to know what he's talking about. It is really, really funny. It is really funny.
we'll get my eyes water because that's what we'll get to the identities of these folks, and generally speaking, when people know they're known, they will more likely than not cut it out.
Well, now we know.
So.
Now she knows. Now.
So I don't know what created your situation, but I don't like people showing up at other people's houses causing problems. That's just not how you do it. You could have arguments with you could disagree with you. Showing up at your house with potentially very negative intentions, I don't agree with that.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So like I said, try to keep us, on your side, so to speak, because you're the resident. And theoretically, we should be on your side. I don't know what the devil's in the details, so I don't know exactly what happened. But definitely, try to have us be your go-between. Don't open the door. Don't interact. Don't, because then we don't.
As you can imagine, I'm bringing up Nick's mugshot after this body cam footage, of course.
No, we don't know if you created.
Right.
The act of furtherance might have been on you.
Right.
And we don't know that. So that's what I'm saying.
All right, well, look, man, I'm just going to be a report. That's all she wanted.
Okay.
She didn't want to pursue criminal charges. I couldn't get your side of the story, so I had to go with hers. But for now, it's just a report. Okay. That's what we're going with.
Can I have any contact info? Can I get a number or something?
Here's a report.
We'll give you the report
And
number.
my last name.
Okay.
And our names will be on the report. Like I said, we don't have cards. We don't. Some people in the upper echelon do. We're just guys who pump his own. We don't really get cards. But like I said, just if it's at all possible, if it's imminent danger, you do what you got to do. I mean, you got to take care of yourself. However, if someone's on the porch knocking, I would just straight call. I don't know who this person is. I'm worried for my safety. Fine, we'll come check it out. If they have a good answer why they're here, they do. If they don't, we'll come to beat feet. When people are identified, they generally cut it out.
Right.
More often than not. I mean, they hide in the anonymity. Once we know who they are, they're going to go, they're going to come find me. So they generally cut it out. Okay? So, like I said, I don't have every answer for you because the devil's in the details. I don't know. Try to use this as a go-between.
Sure.
Okay?
Okay, we'll take it.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Good luck to you.
They're pointing.
I suppose they don't cuff him here because later on, I guess he ended up getting arrested because Nick... Oh, I cannot type. Holy shit. Because about a day later, I believe it was, he would be arrested and booked. Here's his mugshot, because I know you guys all want to see it, if you haven't already. Yeah. I don't know if he's going to get, prison time or anything, but he clearly got jail time considering they booked him and they brought him to the police station. So yeah, they got him, at least for some amount of time. I don't know like any updates on his situation, but the fact that he's now got people coming to his house with a gun and there was a shootout in his neighborhood. Jesus Christ, dude, things are escalating. I thought the story was going to wind down after the pepper spray video came out, but it's only getting crazier at this point. Really crazy shit. But hey, he wanted attention. He got what he was fishing for. I just think he caught a bigger fish than he expected to end up biting. Anyway, though, if you guys like this segment, if you enjoyed it, you find it entertaining or enjoyable, then please consider leaving a like. Every single thumbs up and comment on my videos goes a long way to force YouTube to boost my videos in the algorithm. It really does help a ton. Make sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications if you haven't already, so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload new videos. If you don't, they won't. And if you want to see me on other platforms, then follow my social medias linked down below in the description, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, and my Blue Sky. Hope to see you guys around there. And of course, finally, if you want to support me directly financially, help me keep the lights on, a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or maybe even buy some merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. Regardless of how you support me, though, thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a good one. What do you guys think? I feel like that segment came out real good. Thoughts, chat? Yeah, I started a little later today, Monotypical. So yes, I am still live. Hell yeah. I'm glad you guys liked it. Yeah, I'm upset about the dogs, too. Stephen J. Neptune Man, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. Said, funny thing about the clip of Vince McMahon getting hit with a bedpan. That's a real bedpan. Vince hit himself with various bedpans to figure out which one made the best sound for TV. The man is nuts. He is a real entertainer, that's for sure. Piece of shit person, but a real entertainer for sure. Anyway, I'm going to update the dono goal really fast to reflect you guys' generosity, but also I am going to go pee because I've got a Monster Energy can in my bladder right now. A whole can of Monster Energy. So I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. I've still got a real juicy topic for you guys after I return, so I hope y'all are excited. Stay tuned, everyone. Don't go anywhere. Everyone is talking about how the dogs that he killed, and rightly so. But no one is talking about how that dude literally brought in a crossbow to kill Nick Fuentes. Yeah, he was prim locked. That's why. He was door camping Nick Fuentes, but he was prim locked. The cops showed up and third-partied him. Nick Fuentes called the cops and told them that someone was door camping him with a crossbow. And they came and they showed up and, you know, obviously they aren't prim locked, so they cleared him out. I hate Nick Fuentes so much. Fair. Fair, so do I. I quite dislike him as well. Alright. Let me upload the next two recordings really fast. Yeah. How people... The biggest anti-woke glazer on YouTube. right, and then the other one. Yeah, the Nick Fuentes one. The Nick Fuentes situation got crazier. Boom. Segments uploading. Let's go. Nice. Man who needs therapy when you've got Nick Fuentes' mugshot? True. True. You don't need therapy when you got that. You're not wrong. All right, guys. Let me bring up the next topic.
Mr. President, you're going to be at the inauguration.
I figured they would do that. I figured it would not only open in the wrong window, but that it would also take forever to pause and spoil the segment. As YouTube always loves to do. All right. And it pauses the music too. Cool, cool. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, I have to say I am impressed. Midas Touch managed to score an interview, an exclusive one-on-one interview with Joe Biden, who you must remember is still currently president. You know, I feel like this might be the first step in a really good direction for the Democratic Party. I'm sure that the DNC does not throw their full support behind Biden like they once did these days, but I gotta say, if this is a sign of perhaps the party starting to recognize the value of these online left-wing media organizations and giving them the spotlight, then it's a good sign. You know, there was just as much of a chance that, like, Joe Biden would do an interview with, like, Hassan, right? Like, as much as Hassan calls Joe Biden Genocide Joe, he would take the interview with Joe in a heartbeat for the clout that it would provide. And so I'm glad to see that Joe is not doing this interview with someone like Hassan and is instead doing it with a group like Midas Touch, which absolutely deserves it more than him, you know? Like, Midas Touch has not been calling Joe Biden a genocider for the last 4 years and stoking hatred among progressives against the Democratic Party right before the election. So I'm glad we're not giving attention to people like Hassan. And Hassan is blacklisted from being at DNC events in the future as well. After he got kicked out of the DNC last time, he's never getting invited again.
Mr. President, you're going to be at the inauguration. Some union leaders and even some kind of rank and file workers ended up voting for the other guy. How do you square that? Do you think you reach a deal in Gaza before your term ends as you prepare to leave the White House? Any
Holy shit, it's going to be a real interview because it's Midas Touch. That's crazy.
other regrets that you have? Anything you wish you would have done different?
I want to get as much of this in as possible, honestly, so we're gonna speed it up just a little bit because I want to get as much of this interview watched as we can in this segment.
His rhetoric, what he's done, what he's threatened.
That's not America. That's not who that we are. We're not going away. I'm not going away.
I'm Ben Meiselas from the Midas Touch
Based.
Network, reporting from the Roosevelt Room in the West Wing of the White House. That's right. We have a very special interview for you today with President Joseph Biden. We will talk about his time in the White House. We will talk about his legacy. We will talk about what he intends to do in the future. We will talk about what is NATO, our NATO allies, saying to him. We will address all of that and more on the Midas Touch Network.
Mr. President, I want to thank you for this interview today. And we're here in the Roosevelt.
Glad I managed to actually catch your stream live. YouTube hasn't notified me at all, not even once, and I have all notifs turned on. And for this for your channel, yeah, I know. Someone comes into stream, or multiple people come in every stream to tell me that YouTube doesn't tell them I go live or anything. YouTube really likes my uploads, like my video uploads, and pushes them pretty hard, so my videos do really well. But in terms of my streams, they always are capped around 300 to 400 viewers outside of special scenarios, because YouTube will only give my streams about 3,000 impressions. Like not a lot. Like, my stream doesn't get a lot of impressions. Like, YouTube caps the amount that they'll get, which is how many people see my stream recommended. My videos will get sometimes hundreds of thousands of impressions in comparison, you know, for like an idea of like how it is. But the YouTube stream and video algorithm are different. So there's like an alternate universe where my streams pop off with like thousands of concurrent viewers, but my videos only get a few thousand views, right? Because they're totally different algorithms, and sometimes one algorithm likes your stuff and the other algorithm doesn't. And in YouTube's streaming algorithm's case, they don't like my streams and don't push them even in my own subs. But my videos get pushed really hard and do really well. So, you know, that's just the situation, you know? Thanks for coming to the stream. I guess you found it regardless. That's why you got to be in the Discord and turn on notifications, because YouTube does not tell even, like, I think a percentage of my audience that I'm live. So yeah, got to be in the Discord if you want to know.
Roosevelt room right now in the West Wing of the White House. You have a few more weeks here in the White House. And so as you look back over the past 4 years, what do you believe are your biggest accomplishments that you're most proud of?
Well, when I ran, I said I was going to try to do 3 things. Restore some integrity to the office, bring back a sense of focus on the needs of ordinary people, and try to unite the country. And so that's what I've done. I've tried to do. In 4 years, we've accomplished a lot. I mean, it hadn't trickled down to every single person yet, but we're in a situation where we have the strongest economy in the world by any measure. For example, we made sure that we got ourselves in a situation where we wanted to get results immediately. So I started working on the things I thought were most consequential. How can we lead the world without having the best infrastructure in the world? The best ports, airports, et cetera.
The infrastructure
roads,
bill.
highways, transportation, electric connectivity. How can we lead the world?
Well, happily, that biggest infrastructure bill in U.S. history takes effect during Trump's presidency. So that's nice.
If we're not dealing with the single greatest threat to humanity, the emergence of climate change. We go above 1.5 degrees Celsius, we're in real trouble. Our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren are in real trouble. And if we can't move in the direction of seeing to it that we take care of the people who are most in need, for example, the idea that we charge so much for prescription drugs in America. I can take any one of you guys who have a prescription from any American drug company. Put you in Air Force One and fly to any of 10 cities in the world. I get you the same exact drugs from a drugstore, quote unquote, in those countries that is 40, 60% less. The only protected entity was Medicare could not negotiate with drug companies. I also think it was really important.
It's so bizarre because, like, Joe's obviously always had his stutter, but as he gets older, he's even worse at public speaking, let's be real. And, like, you can tell he's still all there. Like, I've never liked the whole, like, Joe Biden's brain is melting thing, because, like, you can tell he's still all there with what he's saying. Like, there is a full, coherent line of thought of a mostly healthy brain here. And you compare it to Trump, and there's no conversation whatsoever about Trump's mental capacity or fitness to be president. That has never been a real conversation. It's always been about how awful he is, which, granted, fair, but, like, Trump demonstrates more symptoms of literal dementia than Biden ever has on a daily basis, and there's no conversation about, like, Trump's age or his mental fitness to be president on either side. Trump is literally, like, 4 years younger than Biden, I think. 5 years younger than Biden, at the most. There's no conversation about Trump's age whatsoever. It's a complete double standard, but what's frustrating about it is that, like, even if, like I would be less frustrated about the double standard if it was at least true, right? Like, Biden looks and sounds like he's melting, but what he's saying is completely true. He's talking about right now, he could put you on Air Force One, fly you to like 10 cities off the top of his head, and you would be able to get outside of America, and you would be able to get any prescription you could imagine for 60 to 80% cheaper than you can in the US. Like, his line of thought is fully coherent there. He just stutters getting it out and mushmouths getting it out, and man, it's not a good look. Even if you're able to, like, tune into what he's saying and you get it, it's like, it's rough, because it's like, man, you know he does a good job, but he doesn't sound like he can do a good job unless you know what he's talking about.
Important that we do something about, 1% of the population is defending 99% of us. And we weren't taking care of our veterans we had to. So that's why I work so hard to make sure we're in a situation where we're provided for the opportunity for the veterans to be cared for and their families to be cared for. We fundamentally changed that.
Yep.
And we also moved in the direction of making sure that we're in a situation where we provide for opportunities and education and provide for opportunities.
I think it was called the ACT Pact or something, or the PACT Act. I think it was the actual official name of it, was the financial support for veterans that he passed, the VA thing. That was huge. I remember I covered that.
To deal with the things that ordinary people have a shot of being able to do. And I guess maybe one of the big things we've done, we've attracted $1 trillion off the sidelines to be invested in America, buying American. And so, for example, we invented that little computer chip. We made it more sophisticated. Well, when we found out, we found out that corporations were exporting to manufacture those, the cheapest labor around the world. But then guess what? When COVID hit and those outfits shut down because of illness in the Far East, well, guess what? We found out we need 300 to build an automobile. We found out so on and so forth. We were in real trouble, so I decided to change that to make sure we were part of the supply chain. We were the beginning of the supply chain.
Once again, my point stands about how he's talking about real shit and he's a good president, but God, does he sound like his brain's melting. He sounds like it. But what he's talking about right now is during his presidency, the U.S. was very ahead on computer chip manufacturing, and China has been trying to compete with us on that massively. And in order to avoid that, Biden took measures to, particularly because of COVID and U.S. manufacturing of these computer chips dropping, he took measures to fight against that, including surgically targeted tariffs. The computer chips he's referring to are specifically ones used in electric cars, because the U.S. electric car industry under his presidency has been actually the U.S. in terms of manufacturing is actually ahead when it comes to electric cars. The number 2 is China, and China wants desperately to pull ahead of us. If we can hold on to a being number 1 in a certain industry that we already are number 1 in, then we might as well try. And so that's a case where surgically targeted tariffs that make it more expensive to buy foreign than American are useful, because let's be real, electric cars are not a needed purchase, right? They're good. It's good to buy an electric car rather than a gas guzzler, but most people who are buying electric are not people who a slightly higher price is going to stop them from buying electric, right? And so they make the foreign cars more expensive, and they made the American electric cars the cheaper option. And that obviously fed deeper into the already number 1, securing the spot of the number 1 country for electric car industry. And we've held that because of Biden's actual smart application of tariffs, using tariffs how they're supposed to be used. And that's what he's talking about right now, with how Americans want manufacturing brought home, and there are ways to do that, and there are industries where that's useful, such as the chips that were in electric cars. And you can put tariffs in place to do that surgically, and it'll improve the economy, but you can't just do the blanket tariffs that Trump is promising. It's going to nuke our economy.
And all that has resulted in real significant economic growth. It hasn't yet gone to all the people because it takes time to get it up and running. But those are the things I focused on first.
People won't believe that, sadly. People genuinely think Biden was responsible for the rising prices in grocery stores, right? The inflation that the U.S. experienced wasn't American inflation. It was global inflation. The inflation of the U.S. experienced followed the inflation the world experienced. The whole economy got fucked by COVID, and then double fucked by Russia invading Ukraine. Massive oil and grain exporter, by the way. Huge trade partner with several countries that are very, very high up in the Western world, you know? So it was a big deal when Russia invaded Ukraine, especially in the wake of COVID. It caused a global economic crash. Massive inflation. The only thing the president can do in response to global inflation like that is work with the Federal Reserve to try to adjust interest rates to mitigate the effect that Americans feel on their wallets. And of course, try to work to raise employment and drop unemployment. Try to raise pay. Try to improve wages. These are ways you can respond to inflation and rising prices, but they aren't caused by the president. Donald Trump might actually be one of the few well, I guess, yeah, he's going to be one of the few presidents outside of a handful of Republicans who went in with a plan for the economy that everyone was super optimistic about. Economists overwhelmingly say will destroy the economy. No one cares, though, because no one listens to those nerds. And then it happens. Our economy crashes. That's what's going to happen. And they will get it in their head that if the economy is in a bad place at any given time under any president, it's their fault. Just like, say, it was Bush's fault that we did trickle-down economics and then experienced a 2-year-long economic crash from 2007 to the end of 2008. And then, of course, took years to heal from it. Like, even in 2010, things were kind of tough. We really didn't see, like, the economy get close. I think the economy had fully recovered by 2012. I think by then, GDP growth, at least, if that's what you want to measure the economic, recovery or growth of the country by, GDP growth had reached its point that it was in 2007 when the economy crashed in 2012, towards the end of Obama's first term. Took 4 years to undo the damage, at least as far as GDP growth is concerned, of Bush's economic policy. And so, yeah, people do have it in their minds now that, like, whoever is currently president at the end of their term, however the economy is representative of how their party and their ideology handles the economy. And it really hurt Bush and the Republicans hard enough that Obama landslide won basically twice in a row. But then Trump came along with his populist rhetoric and messaging, fucked everything. People wanted change and flocked to Biden in numbers never seen before or since. And then we put Harris as the front runner for the Democrats. Trump runs again on a populist message after a much weaker economy than he left office on due to, Biden not being able to, I guess, mitigate everything quick enough. And now we've got the perception that Biden ruined the economy. People see the expensive eggs and they say, thanks, Biden. Expensive gas, and they say, thanks, Biden, as if he has any effect on it.
First. And look, you mentioned all of these accomplishments that you just listed, and you focused on bottom.
All the ways, here's the frustrating thing. All the ways in which the president can improve the economy have no effect on prices. They don't affect, the president can't do anything that lowers the prices. The thing the president can do are things outside of that make the prices less of an issue. And that's what Biden did during his presidency. Record rises in wages, record low unemployment, record GDP growth. And by every measurable metric, the growth of the economy and the healing of the economy under Biden has been unprecedented. But the damage was so bad that a healing economy still felt like garbage. And the vibes are all that mattered. It's so frustrating. As someone who's autistically researched this shit over the last couple of years and been really, really tapped in to the policy positions of Trump and the actual things that Kamala and Biden were doing during their presidency, it's so frustrating to see people who could not be fucked to put in a fraction of the work. And it really isn't that much work, to be honest. I'm not bragging here. It's like, Google the current headlines every couple days in relation to what the current administration is doing, and check the White House website every once in a while for new updates. It's really not that much work to keep up with what the current administration has been doing to improve your life. People don't do that, though. They vote based on the vibes, and it's so, so frustrating. It's like, it's not that hard to just research this stuff and to know who you're voting for and what you're voting for. It's not that hard. I know it seems like it. Conceptually, it seems daunting and difficult, but it's really not. It's really not that hard.
Up, middle out economics to help workers. Infrastructure Act, Inflation Reduction Act created over 16 million jobs, more than any president. But here's the thing, though, and I really want to get your insight on.
But created jobs don't equal lower grocery prices. Yeah, people more jobs, lower unemployment, higher wages. That's all great. No one cares though if the prices haven't gone down. That's the thing. They don't care. And Biden could never, unless Biden literally instituted a bill somehow, it would have to be through executive action, I guess, if he can do this. He would have to pass a cap on the price of certain things, which has its own massive list of concerns as to why you don't want to do something like that.
Some union leaders and even some kind of rank and file workers ended up voting for the other guy with all of the benefits you delivered. How do you square that?
Well, not many did, by the way, number one. Number two, I think that it's hard to translate. I think the one thing that I should have spent more time talking about is these things are going to take time to be put in place. For example, when we decide that we're going to build a computer chip factory outside of Columbus, we're going to invest billions of dollars in the construction of that facility. Well, all the jobs are going to be created by the construction needs to do it. And then there's what they call fabs, these great big things, twice the size of football fields, where people are going to be making these computer chips. And guess what? The average salary is going to be $102,000. And you don't need a college degree. It's going to fundamentally change the community. But the problem is it's going to take time to get them up and going. The same way with almost all the stuff we've done. And so I think
one of the biggest focuses of Biden's economic repair plan was getting America to rapidly embrace new industries in the world of tech, because China has gotten ahead of us in a lot of ways by rapidly embracing tech and rapidly making themselves the country you go to for buying or manufacturing or procuring the resources, the raw materials for tech products. And that is the world now. That, like, so much of the world economy is based on tech now. And so Biden, which granted is kind of funny because he's such an old man, was like, America, to get ahead and to grow our economy and to counter this global inflation, needs to pull ahead in certain realms of manufacturing. We can't say take back the automotive industry as a whole and be the number one automotive manufacturing country in the world again. That's never going to happen. But hey, electric cars, microchips, these like tech-related things, there's not really a global industry for these things yet. They're still emergent technologies, which means that the US or any country has the opportunity to seize the number one place in the market and hold that position if the policies are smart and the choices made are smart. And so that's what Biden focused on heavily during his presidency. And that's what he's talking about now, is how much the US invested in creating jobs in the world of tech. Low skill, quote unquote, as they would call them, like not needing a college degree type jobs in the world of tech, which is of course what we've all been hoping for, right? Because automation scares people because like these manual labor jobs, for instance, or repetitive task jobs that are absolutely, you know, you need people to be working them. They want to replace those jobs with robots. And obviously people without college educations that come from lower income situations are typically the ones who fill those jobs and thus would be losing the jobs they can access. So Biden introducing more jobs like that in industries that are modern and not being phased out by automation is really, really big. It's a really big deal. But people just don't care.
The failure to connect between what's happening to the economy as a whole and what's going to happen to the middle-class Americans as a consequence of what we've done is going to take a little bit of time.
What are you going to do when the other guy, those out there bragging about accomplishments under you, the Medicare $2,000 cap? It's going to kick in 2025. And he's going to be out there.
Yep, the infrastructure bill. Yeah. I love Biden's response. He knows. He's been thinking about it for a while. It's like, man, this motherfucker's going to take he's going to take all the credit for all this shit I've been doing because these bills don't get their full tax funding until midway through Trump's presidency. He's going to take all the credit for the infrastructure bill, the like all that shit. Oh, man. He knows. That's why he smiled. He's known this is going to happen for a while. Yeah, all I can do is scream. If I don't laugh, I'll scream.
What are you going to do when the other guy, those out there bragging about accomplishments under you, the Medicare $2,000 cap? It's going to kick in 2025. And he's going to be out there saying, I did this. How's that going to make you feel when that happens?
Look, if it continues to benefit the American... Look, I've invested more in red states than in blue states. All these programs we just talked about. And the reason for that was the red states didn't operate very well, and they really hurt their constituents. So those factories closed and the like. The fact is that I represent all of America, not just Democrats. And I think what it's going to do is going to bring the country more together than separate it. And for example, you already have folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene and others saying, don't.
Dude, man, I really think Biden could have won where Kamala lost. I get the whole, like, people were upset about his age and stuff, but man, like, I feel like you couldn't get Biden not talking about a situation. Like, you can't find a clip of Biden where he's engaging in some, like, meme thing or talking about, like the one time he talked about, like, something not related to his policy was the hairy legs lifeguard corn pop story. And everyone blew that up to try to make him look bad and make fun of him for it, because every other clip of him was either like a clip where they made it look like he was smelling someone's hair or a clip of him gaffing. Because if it wasn't one of those things, it would just be a clip of him talking about his amazing policies. And at the end of the day, like, there were, like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Biden's policies and his plans were a lot more known than Harris's. I think the biggest L of the Harris campaign was failing to get their plan and policies as disseminated as possible. It's actually surprising how many Harris supporters didn't know Harris's policies. Like, I get why they didn't, like, they voted for her, especially the women. Like, they don't want to lose their abortion rights, Senator Trump. And that's enough of a wedge issue to do it. But, like, the idea that they would vote for Kamala Harris, and even they don't know her policies, much less the average American who voted for Trump. They didn't know her policies. A lot of them complain that she had no policies. How many times have you heard Kamala Harris has no policies? She just talks about coming from a middle-class home. How many times have you heard that from, like, normies, Republicans, just randos? Straight up accusing Harris of having no policies because her policy positions and her plans, regardless of how much she talked about it, were not disseminated enough. That is just the fact of the situation.
Eliminate the factory after talking about the proposal that we're going to build that was the worst idea anybody's ever had. She didn't vote for it. So I think there's going to be a bit of a comeuppance here, but the bottom line is I'm convinced that over time the American public will respond to what is the intention of the party to try to help ordinary people. And the fundamental change I made, and I made a speech at Brookings Institution about it recently, was on the economy. The fact is that we had a long time this idea of trickle-down economics. Let the wealthy do very, very well. They'll have so much money, it'll trickle down on people's kitchen tables and coffee tables and the like, and everyone will benefit.
Bush.
I've never bought that theory. And so what I've decided to do was to change it to build the economy from the middle out and the bottom up.
Bush too.
Wealthy still do very well, but the middle class and working class people do much, much better. And that's exactly what's happening. And so I think the long-term prospects for the country are very good.
Let's talk about foreign policy. Our NATO allies. What are they saying to you right now? You know, Trump's out there threatening allies. Mexico, he's threatening Canada with tariffs. Obviously, NATO countries very concerned right now. Are we going to stand up to Putin in 2025 the way you did? What are they saying to you? And
well,
what's
look,
your message?
For your audience, there's these various organizations like the G7, the leaders of 7 European nations and the like, G20, all these. And I've attended all this. The only advantage being the old guy in the presidency. I have more experience in this than anybody else does. And I've known all these folks. And one of the things that we've done was, they've said to me at the end of these meetings, oh, come on, you can't walk away from this. Our democracy depends on it. Well, they're concerned. And they're concerned whether Trump's going to do some of the foolhardy stuff he says he wants to do. These extreme tariffs, which are going to cost the American, taxing the middle American taxpayer, dealing with not supporting Ukraine by letting Russia have its way, moving in a direction where we walk away from. Look, I was able to expand NATO, expand it, not just maintain it, but bring it back and expand it. You know, Henry Kissinger called me 10 days before he passed away to say, Joe, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over its shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Well, I was able to convince 2 countries, Sweden and a country with 800 miles.
All right, guys, I need you to imagine possibly the funniest thing ever right now. Stoned Joe Biden. Joe Biden after taking an indica blinker. Couch-locked Joe Biden. I need you to imagine, like, you take him as he is now, and you add weed to the equation, and like a real strong couch-locking indica, and he takes a blinker. Then you have him talk about this. You do the interview. I need to see that. Have him take like a 100 milligram edible. Yes. I need to see Biden on a 100 milligram edible. That shit would go crazy. I hope one day we get a presidential candidate who is so who is so willing to campaign on legalizing weed that like on stage at the debates they pull out a blunt and just start lighting up. And they start getting high on stage during the debate. That shit will win an election in a heartbeat.
Border along the Russian border to join NATO. And so it's a stronger organization.
Yep.
But we've got to demonstrate that we're prepared to continue to do our part. And I think that the vast majority of the members of the Congress, even among Republicans, think that. So I doubt whether the president's going to be able to walk away from those commitments.
You're going to be at the inauguration?
Of course I am. Only president ever to avoid an inauguration was the guy that's about to be inaugurated.
That's what I want to talk about, because he obviously did not make the transition easy for you, would be putting it as delicately as I can. You've made the transition smooth. You've invited him to the White House. How do you square that with his rhetoric, what he's done, what he's threatened, to invite him here, sit him in the Oval, smile? How do you do that, and why?
Well, because it's who we are as a nation. It's how we're supposed to be. The fact that he doesn't abide by the rules of the democracy we've established is not my concern. My job is to make a transition workable and available, and make sure, and he's beginning to adjust to it. He's beginning now to say to do background checks for his people and so on and so forth. The bottom line is that we can't keep this up. We can't keep up this childish game of walking away when you don't agree and not cooperating. Depending on who you talk to, and I talk to a lot of Republicans, somewhere between, most people say 30% of the Republican Party is the MAGA Republicans now. And they are the Republican Party now. It's going to be interesting to watch what happens to the Republican Party if he tries to implement some of the things he said he was going to do. But it's important. The democratic institutions are consequential. We're the most unique nation in the world. Every other nations come about as a consequence of ethnicity, religion, geography. We're the only one built on an idea. The idea is that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal, etc. We've never fully lived up to it. We've never walked away from it. And we have to keep in faith with that notion, even if the guy that's about to take office has a different view.
Let's talk about the media coverage of your presidency. We talked about all of...
Guys, I'm telling you, I'm honestly hoping Trump abolishes term limits at this point, just so we can get Obama in 2028. Fuck it. I just want Obama to be president again. And then obviously Biden will be too old by then, but like if they can like Imperium of Man him into immortality, like get his brain and put it inside of like some kind of big walking fortress, I think that'd be pretty cool. I think that'd go pretty hard. We could elect President Giant Walking Fortress Biden, I think. Just Warhammer him into immortality. And we get President Biden again in 2032.
Of these accomplishments, but very rarely did you turn on the TV and hear about 16 million jobs. Very rarely did you hear about the Biden stock market up 50%.
Oh yeah, I forgot Futurama already did this joke. Shit.
From Trump. You aren't out there bragging about your stock market. I mean, the other guy would be doing that every day. Yours was up 50%, 55%. So what's your overall view of, I think, the media coverage? Do you think there's anything you could have done differently in interacting with them? What's your overall perspective on that? Were they too busy covering the horse race of politics?
My favorite thing was when Trump, about 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, because Biden obviously was good for the economy, the stock market started to boom about 3 years ago. There's a big reason why the crypto scammers and the stock market bros have really taken off in the last 4 to 3 years, is because Biden has actually been extraordinary for the economy. And there's not been many points in U.S. history than now where someone could put a humble amount of money into the stock market and a year or two later pull out a sizable fortune. The stock market has genuinely grown that much in the last few years. Like it's why the stock bro stuff has gotten so big under Biden, is because there's been like a level of possible like gains to be made that hasn't been a thing before. And so, or not been a thing before in a long time. And so it's interesting that Trump about 2 or 3 years ago in response to the stock market explosion under Biden, claimed that the only reason the stock market was growing was because people thought that Trump was going to win in 2 years, and they were confident in the economy, and so they were buying, and they were holding. So even when he's not president, if the economy is doing well, Trump will claim it's because people think he's going to win. And so their confidence in the economy is already making it better. Like, the thought of Trump winning is so good that it improves the economy, even when he's not president. That is literally the logic that Trump operated on for years of his campaign up until he won. Because there were a lot of things that he had to, like, make up a copium lie like that for. Because Biden did a pretty damn good job. And sometimes he was confronted with that fact, and he had to make up a response. And, man, there you go. There's one of them.
Well, I think it's, you and your crew here would know much better than I would, but I think the media's changed drastically. Not bad or good, just changed in a fundamental way. When you read that only, what is it, something like 6-7% of people under the age of 25 read a newspaper for get their news, so on and so forth. It's technology is changing everything, and I think I think your guys are extremely successful because you speak to what is a truth. You say this is what I think the facts are, and you lay it out, and you speak to it. But it's hard to. There are very few editors anymore. There are very few editors saying you can't write that, or you have billionaires buying.
It's crazy seeing Biden, the current president, recognize the same issue that I have. The overwhelmingly more popular independent media online has so little to actually no accountability. I think I'm one of the highest accountability content creators in the politics space, besides maybe a handful of other people. I feel like you guys will rip me a new one if I just, like, tomorrow decided to start grifting and lying for money. Like, you guys would crucify me, I think. I don't think my channel would survive, you know? And that's a good thing, I would say. I mean, it's not good for my, my like, career, I guess, and, like, making a lot of money or whatever. But I think it's a good thing in terms of, like, having a responsibility and also a consequence if I don't meet that responsibility. And that makes me, I would say, a better creator than many others, right? We already know you're a well-paid shill for Monster. True, I am living on that Monster Energy money right now. No, the Monster Energy is living on my money right now, actually. So, with that said, though, I think it's actually a very, like, good thing. And I like that, that Biden's noticed that this space has very little accountability. In fact, the less accountability you have in this space, the more successful you're likely to be. If you're the type of person who has no reservations about lying, misrepresenting situations, clickbaiting immensely in order to get, like, as much attention as possible, engaging in, like, very rude and underhanded methods, like, these are things that will get you ahead online, but there are things that if you have any accountability, you wouldn't let yourself do and you wouldn't be allowed to get away with doing. And that's the thing about this internet space, is that there is none of that accountability, and the lack of it equals more success, and keeping yourself accountable is actually putting a weight around your neck and stymieing you from achieving greatness online in many cases, or at least it's harder. And it's a big problem, because as Biden himself pointed out, more Gen Z gets their news more from internet figures than they do from mainstream news. And that's a growing percentage among every other demographic. And so when the more people are getting their news from unaccountable, just random independent content creators than they are news stations and networks that can be sued for misreporting, it's a kind of a scary thing. He's right about that. There are no editors anymore. There's no accountability. There is no, hey, you can't say this. This isn't true. This doesn't, like, line up with the fact check. You got to change this. You know, there's no fact checker who's like, no, we got to report truthfully. It's all about making money in the internet space.
Standard newspapers that are well known and saying we're not going to do that anymore. We're not, because I don't want to do it. So I think it's going to take a while for this to sort out.
What are you working on right now that you hope to accomplish before the end of your term? Is there one thing that you're hoping to get done?
Well, there's a couple things I want to get done. And for example, we're in a situation right now where we should be providing for the funding to make a transition to deal with some of the issues that relate to women's issues. For example, women's health, dealing with issues relating to whether or not we're going to, we should be passing ERA. There's a consensus for it. We should be there's a lot of things we should be doing, but we just got to keep talking about them. I don't know that they'll get done before I leave, but I got a lot done in terms of dealing with issues relating to the urgent needs of the moment. For example, the idea that all those folks who were sent to jail for drug charges that have subsequently been fundamentally changed and are lower, why should they still be in jail for the same charge? So there's a whole lot of things we're changing in the near term that will provide for greater equity and fairness. I want people to look at their government and say, my government's fair. My government's being fair. They're being decent. They're working in a way that benefits everybody. And so there's
Man, we didn't know how good we had it till we lost it. Y'all are gonna come to appreciate how good of a president Biden was in the coming 4 years. You may not be able to feel how much Biden has been healing the economy. It may not feel like the economy has been healing, but man, are you going to feel the difference when the economy starts hurting again under Trump. You are going to feel how much better Biden was doing than Trump. Don't know what you got till it's gone. Yep, we got memed, guys. We got memed and creamed. It's not like the editorial board on news companies is like we have a full duty to truth, they only care about access. I would say that's definitely true to an extent, but it's a world of difference, guys. Like, CNN and Fox misreport. They lie, misrepresent, and they've even been sued in the past for just defamation or slander. Many of these companies have. The difference is that it is far easier to sue these companies than it is to sue an individual. These networks typically have broadcasting agreements where there's a certain limit to what they can get away with before they're taken off the air. There's generally like Fox News tells some crazy lies, but can we all admit it's not as crazy as the average shit you hear on like a right-wing YouTube channel? The level of scrutiny and accountability is worlds apart from some million-sub right-wing YouTuber guy sitting at his computer and making millions, influencing millions with right-wing politics, and Fox News. Like, Fox News would be stomped out way sooner than the crazy dude online who built his own following and has his own alternative like ways of like getting donations and making money. You know, even if YouTube shuts them down, they can run to some alternate platform. You know, like look at Tucker Carlson. He left Fox just so he could have an opportunity to get big as an internet figure because he'd have less restrictions. Now he's going to Russia and just being a full-on Putin dick rider. So yeah, it's crazy times we're in, but I do emphasize that like it is a world of difference between the accountability that your average like mainstream news station has and what the right online or just left or right wing independent influencers on the internet have. There is no punishment for lying as an independent influencer. In fact, there are motivations to do so. In order to please a audience that already exists, a pre-existing audience, attract them and get them to support you because they think you agree with them. Don't forget that this is the second time Putin has been to, or, you know, not Putin, Tucker. Yeah, Tucker has been to Russia twice now, and both times to do guided tours meant to, like, make Russia look good to Americans. Yeah. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like and a comment. Thumbs up and comments are the best and freest way to support my channel, forcing YouTube to push my content in the algorithm. So to everyone who does that, thank you very, very much. It means a ton. Seriously, you're awesome for that. Subscribe and ring the bell icon on YouTube if you haven't already, so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload new videos. Though let's be real, they won't tell you when I go live, but you should still do it anyway. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, you should follow my social medias, linked down below in the description as well, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, and my Blue Sky. Hope to see you guys around there. It's super cool. And of course, finally, If you feel like supporting me directly, you want to help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buy some merch through the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless, though, of how you support me, thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I hope you have a good one. How did you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. Sorry, Dark Lord Kermit. You got here right at the last segment. The end of the last segment. Peepo Sag. I've been live for 4 hours. Oh my god, I can't stop hitting my... It's the shirt. I don't feel myself brushing on this before I hit it. Because the shirt is so thick. Fuck, I've like elbowed my mic like 8 times this stream. It's the most I've ever done it. It's really frustrating. Trans people are okay. People can do whatever they want with their personal life. Of course. Republicans don't tend to agree. Well, I'm really worried about elbowing my expensive computer hardware I need for my job, Werewolf Jester. It's very upsetting. I don't like it. My desk is not a sturdy thing. It's one of those, like, folding desks you might see, like, brought out at, like, daycare when you were a kid or something to play, like, Uno on or whatever. I have my whole computer set up sitting on that, and it shakes when I, like, nudge it too hard. And every time I elbow my, my mic, the entire desk and everything on it, including my PC and all the monitors and everything, shake for a good 10 seconds before it finally stabilizes. So I really don't like it when I bump into my shit. That's why I like, you can see the panic in my eyes when I bump into my stuff. Yeah, it's like I got a Jenga tower my stuff is on, it feels like. Not literally, but man, it feels like it, because it shakes when I nudge it too hard. Hell, when I click too rapidly and hard, my monitors shake, because the whole desk shakes. Or the whole table, I should say, shakes. It's, I have a replacement in my garage, but I'm still waiting for my ribs to be healed up before I start doing heavy lifting. So, not ideal. Are you going to fill your room with anything? Like I said, before I do any furniture heavy lifting, I'm waiting for my ribs to heal. But, man, I would really like to not be using this shitty desk. Zan, I want to apologize for getting, accurate and Putin confused. Yeah, I gotcha. You're thinking of Tucker. I don't know why you spelled Tucker accurate. I think you should just call it a day with typing, TSW Shadow Wolf. You're not having a good typing day. Alrighty. Well, everybody, I just want to say thank you to you all so much for coming out today, supporting the stream, chilling out in chat, saying kind words, donating if you did that as well, of course. Today has been a pretty damn good stream outside of me bumping into my computer equipment and, unfortunately, my absolutely strained neck. My neck hurts so bad right now, and I cannot wait to take a hot shower and roll my neck around, like roll my head like this, under the hot water, because it feels awful, and I want to go do that right now. I'm hoping I can get my neck to pop with a nice satisfying click, and for all the tension to go away, but I have a feeling that's not going to be how it goes. I think I'm just going to wake up tomorrow slightly less neck sore. I'm going to have to wait a couple days before I feel better again. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Anyway, guys, I appreciate you all coming today, as always. I really do hope you had a good one. And, of course, I will not be live tomorrow, as it will be my day off. But I will be live the day after tomorrow, so I very much hope to see you all there. Make sure to clear your calendars. I'll be going live between 3 and 5 p.m. PST. So, yeah, I hope to see you all there. With all that said, I love you all very, very much. I hope you all have a good one. And I hope to see you again. Bye, everybody. Doo-doo fart.